Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Steve here at the TheDjLab. Make sure everybody can hear me okay. If you're in the chat, feel free to say hello. Going to tell you some important information here on the Pioneer. Well, sorry, I mean Alpha Theta XDJ-AZ. AZ. Is it Alpha Theta? Alpha Theta? Potato? Whatever you want to call it. This is the XDJ-AZ, because I'm in Canada, and it's got some issues. We're not going to lie here. We're not going to sugarcoat it. Out of the box, well, I don't want to say out of the box, because tell you what, when I bought mine, I was instructed, it was suggested to me to download the firmware update 1.0.4. So I did. And you might have seen that I was one of the first people to be doing a live stream where it was crashing out on me. It was freezing up. I had a platter not respond. I had some issues with it. Now keep something in mind. I was the first one out the door to buy this. Somehow I got lucky, I guess. My old boss that played a record, he's a good guy. And the distributor managed to get him one before probably anyone else. Because I have friends in Toronto that are told mid-November before this becomes available. And I got it like, I got this thing already last week. I got it last Friday. So just want to give you an update, because there is a guy in Montreal that's got 100,000 views. He has over 100,000 views on the one video where he's showing it crashing during a live stream. He has 800 and some odd followers on Instagram, and yet this one video got shared around so much it blew up like crazy. And he's telling everyone to wait, don't buy it. I'm not here to tell you that. Here's what I'm here to tell you. Here's what I know. From my testing on this thing, I believe, and I could be wrong, but so far so good. Couple things. I believe if you buy one, don't do a firmware update. That firmware update 1.0.4 is no longer on their website. So they know there's something up with that firmware update. When I reported to Alpha Theta the issues I was having, these guys kicked it into overdrive. I don't think any of these guys, I don't believe any of the product developers or engineers or tech support guys even slept. They've been on this back and forth, talking to me, asking me questions. I've spent my whole weekend going back and forth with these guys, testing things, trying things out. And they're working on it. They think they know what's up. I'm not that tight in the loop. I don't know all the technical stuff, but I can tell you right now, this is the #1 priority on their plate right now. These guys are on it. The guy in Montreal, they reached out to him instantly. It took him a while. He told everyone, I reached out. He didn't even know who he was reaching out to. He called the store. He tried to call the distributor here in Canada. They don't know anything. They're not the engineers. So finally, because his thing got big enough, and I took his link and shared it with the guys at Alpha Theta. They reached out to him, and they're working with him as well too. So any negative thing that you're hearing about this product right now, let me just say something. It's brand new. I think it's got to do with power management, because even the CDJ-3000s had an update adding this whole power management shutdown after 20 minutes. And this was a European Union kind of bill that was passed that the systems had to have this. If I had to just make an educated guess in my mind, this was already out on the market. All the YouTube guys, not me, but all the other YouTube guys already had this thing like a month ago and probably had it for a couple of weeks. Right? And let me just get into chat here for a second, make sure I'm not missing anything important. So I think what happened is this update was kind of pushed upon Alpha Theta that had to add it in and didn't get a great opportunity to really test it on the market. I don't know this for a fact. It's just my speculation on the whole situation. So I'm not really blaming. A lot of people are saying, hey, these guys should test more. They did a lot of testing, but that last update was something that was kind of forced upon them. Not like they added a feature or a bug fix. It was something. Now, I know the original firmware has it on there too, so maybe I'm talking up my ass. But when I've turned off the power management feature and the screen saver, I've had better luck with the system. So if you have one, here I'm going to suggest. Well, here we go. You know what I was going to suggest? I was going to suggest to go into your power management and turn off all this stuff, right? So let me tell you something. Right now, I'm on the original firmware on this. I'm on the 1.0 something. The one that came with it. Currently live right now on YouTube. I hate to say we have another frozen unit. Everything is, the quantize button seems to be working. Some things are coming on and off. But it is frozen once again. This was not planned. I just happened to have it on. I just literally did the firmware update. And here we are again live with a frozen unit. So let me restart and I'm going to see what my settings were. I think maybe I think I purposely turned power management back on, but maybe not. So this is going to be interesting to know. Something else to keep in mind too. I am using a Kingston USB stick. So this is another important thing. Alpha Theta suggested to me and said, hey, the stick that we have no problems with, that we know is solid, is the SanDisk Extreme Pro. They know there's some memory leak issues or something that happens with the Kingston sticks. I'm currently using a Kingston stick. So maybe it's a stick issue. I don't know. Like I said, it was just all sitting here. And in all fairness too, I did have the USB-C cable unplugged. And while it was on, I plugged it into the computer. I don't know if that had any effect. We're going to do a restart and see what happens. For the record, I got to say, usually when it crashes and I turn it off like that, it takes a couple of seconds for it to actually become unlit. So maybe it had to do with me plugging in the USB cable. This is why I do these things, guys. I spend my time testing these things for free. I don't get paid. I bought the system with my own money. Well, not even my money. I bought it with the bank's money because I use my line of credit, which I've never done before. It's the first time I've ever gone into debt to make sure I had DJ equipment here at the lab for you guys to, you know, try to help iron out the bugs.
And with a Google guaranteed badge,
What's going on, Gogo Mogo? What's going on, Gwen? And yes, you're right. There's lots of people having this issue. So I don't believe it's a hardware issue. That's the good news. I believe this is all software related, firmware fixes. So anyone who has something on order, don't feel like you need to cancel your order. Don't feel like you need to return it. Have a little bit of patience. And I know it sucks. You spend all this money, you expect perfection. Even Teslas had bugs when they came out. My phone, iPhones, Samsung phones have bugs when they come out. computers like Microsoft, you know what I mean? Look at your Mac. Everything gets updates because of things that develop. So I'm not making excuses for these guys. Trust me, I'm not like super happy right now with them, but I realize they didn't do it on purpose. It's not because they're not trying. They're trying to fix the situation. And if you're the first one out of the gate to buy something, you can expect this is going to happen. So, my other suggestion, if you buy new DJ equipment, don't sell your old shit to go buy new shit. Buy your new shit first, have your old stuff kicking around, and test your new thing no matter what it is. Doesn't matter, man. If it's any DJ equipment from any company and you're a working DJ, make sure you test it yourself at home. Do not expect out of the box everything's going to be smooth. I've used lots of equipment like that, and it was. But I would just suggest buy the new one, have the old one sitting there. If you got a gig to do, I know you want to play with your new toy at the gig. Don't chance it. You should be able to. You know, in the ideal world, yeah, it'd be nice if everything worked perfect out of the box. It's not always like that. It's just the way the world is. Things are not built like they used to be, but I don't want to say it's built badly either. You know, the more they manufacture, the more margin of error there is for things to happen. You know, people are working around the clock trying to fix this stuff. Let's first off take a look and see. Okay, so my power management, when that whole thing froze up, by the way, my screensaver was on, my power management was on, because I want to see if after 20 minutes this thing would go into proper sleep mode. And the screensaver is supposed to kick in after 10. I've yet to see the screensaver kick in. So my suggestion, if you have one, no matter, like, just turn that stuff off. Turn off that power management. Set it for never. I don't pay for hydro. This can stay on all day long. I don't care. Just chew the hydro. If you're going to walk away from your equipment for 20 minutes, you know what? You know you're walking away for 20 minutes. Just turn the thing off. If you care that much, just shut it down. This whole wake up button thing. I don't put my computer to sleep anymore. My Alienware computer. This is my second one, by the way. I had that computer fry on me in sleep mode. My Macs, I don't sleep them. I don't put nothing to sleep. If I'm not using it, I'll wait the extra couple of seconds for the boot up. Because I don't personally trust sleep mode on any electronics. I go into sleep mode. That's it. My electronics, they're either on or they're off. And Gogo Mogo talking about with heat. FM sexy looking, not you the player. You think it's a niche product. I don't think it's a niche product. I think, you know, the XDJ-AZ, let me tell you, was probably the best selling product they ever made. I know on my YouTube channel, to this date, it is the #1 searched item on my channel. People looking for the XZ. So I think this is going to do well. You know what I mean? I just think they got a couple bugs to iron out. And like I said, I am not defending nobody. To me, they're on the time crunch. I'm hoping to God, because I like these guys, that they're able to correct whatever issues going on within the week. Because if it's not fixed within a week and it still has any issues, well, I probably won't have a very polite video. Let's just be honest. I probably won't be polite about it. I'm trying to give everyone the benefit of the doubt that, hey, shit happens. You're right. It's 32-bit float, which is a good thing that you brought up. You techie guys, you know what 32-bit float is. And so, Andrew, you have an 1850 and SE6000s. Would this be good to swap that out with? Let me be honest here because, you know, I'm not a fanboy. If you've got the 1850 and you got SE5000s, personally, I wouldn't even swap it with anything. If you want to swap it with an all-in-one controller and you're already in the Denon DJ ecosystem, Prime 4 Plus. Seriously. The Prime 4 Plus, to me, the only drawback is where the effects are. I don't like the... It's not that I don't love the workflow of it. It's not a familiar workflow based on the fact of the experience I have with Pioneer equipment. And, well, now Alpha Theta. And Andy B, it's not that they release it too quickly due to leaks, because the real truth is this product was actually supposed to be released back in April, but there was some supply chain issues and stuff and things that held it back. So it's not that they ran it out the door. It's got nothing to do with that. And Gogo Mogul said it should work on any USB stick. Well, you would think that's the case, but some USB sticks just aren't built the same. And there are certain sticks, the way that they're read, have memory leaks. There's all kinds of technical shit that I can understand why some sticks might be an issue, and they might not. I've used cheap sticks on CDJ 3000s with no problems, but truth is, if you have, you know, for me, this is almost a $6,000 unit Canadian after tax. For this much money to plug in a $10, $20 USB drive is stupid. Buy the best drive you can buy. You know, you're not going to buy a Ferrari and put bullshit tires on it, right? So if you're going to buy a good unit, you're out there DJing with CDJ 3000s, whatever, buy an, you know, spend a couple of bucks. 128 gig SanDisk Extreme Pro is what they recommend, was $65 Canadian after tax. That's not really something, that's not a crazy price. And guess what, Andy B, these crashes didn't happen during testing. I'll tell you why. When Mojax and Cleveland Terry and all these guys had this unit, they had it a month before release. Like, it was already sent back a month before the release. They were working on an early firmware. So this is what everybody's working on right now. Nobody really got the chance to even when these like YouTube guys are doing a review on it, they're not spending the entire day using it. Sometimes they only have it for like a week, a couple of days, and then they got to pass it on to the next guy. So I can understand why maybe it didn't crash for some people. And with me, when it crashed, I do a lot of crazy shit with my equipment to just fuck around with it. That's why it's the TheDjLab. I am literally, the channel is trying to make things fuck up so I can tell the people for them to fix it so it doesn't fuck up on you when you're at a gig. That's kind of what I'm doing. And the other thing I want to kind of point out too, that hopefully you guys will understand, is I don't get paid by anyone. No one's giving me anything for free. I spent my own money on this one. Like, I have a lot of the products. And YouTube doesn't pay that great. And just over the course of the weekend, my girlfriend was here, and I devoted a lot of time working on this, trying different things, neglecting her a little bit, talking to people at Alpha Theta on the phone, you know, by text. Since Friday, I put many hours into this thing. So there's my PayPal link. If you're getting any value out of this, if I'm helping you in any way, shape, or form, please help back. Help the channel out. I'm not a rich guy. I went into debt over this. I'm not here to beg and cyber panhandle. I get it. Times are tough. Shit's expensive, but times are tough over here too in Toronto. It's not like I live in the cheapest city in the world. And 50 years old, time is getting more precious as I move on in life with my health issues and stuff. You know what I mean? 12-inch skins brings up a good thing. They should send you another. They should want to examine the unit to test it. I kind of thought that too, right? I was under the impression that, hey, you might, at Apple, they would do that. If something was like messed up brand new out of the box, the engineers want to capture it. This would not get captured because there's a few people having the same kind of issues. I think the engineers know what's going on and they're working on it. That's why they don't need to like examine it. They already, based on what they've seen, I think they know. So if I exchange this unit, the only thing that would happen is it would go back to the repair center and nothing would even get repaired yet because it's so new, the parts aren't even really kicking around. So if I exchanged it for another one, odds are I'm going to have the exact same issues I'm having or have been having because I'm pretty sure this is software. And I think there just hasn't been enough. I think there's two things. You have a whole group of people who bought it and didn't even know there was a firmware update. And they turned off their power management and stuff and they're good. Or they make 3-minute Instagram clips and they don't even DJ worth at all on it. It's just all, social media DJing for 2-3 minutes at a time. And they haven't noticed. That's possible, right? The other guys who have DJ'd for like an hour plus on YouTube, maybe they didn't do the update. We don't know. So far, I only know of me and another guy in Montreal that had the issue. And to be, does it feel more bulky than the XZ? It's probably a little bit bigger. I don't have an XZ sitting here. It's been a while since I've had one, so I can't really say. Also, too, friends, as I see, we've had 142 views in a short period of time here. Well, it's been 24 minutes. Feel free to hit the like button. Either donate to the channel, send me a couple of bucks, which helps out. Hit the like button. I appreciate that like, by the way. We got 50 people here. I'm trying to just let you know, don't be afraid to buy a unit, even though maybe there's some issues going on. And let me just tell you something else. Like comparing this to the Denon DJ Prime 4, I will tell you straight out, I don't need to do a big, long Phil Harris video. Is it Phil Harris? I always get the Phils confused. But Digital DJ Tips. He did this big video comparing shit. I don't need to spend that much time to compare things. Prime 4 Plus has a shitload of effects, right? Prime 4 Plus effects are a little bit hard to use for me personally because it's not the workflow I'm typically used to. The things are up at the top. They're not the spots where I would love it. Just to say. So the touchscreen effects, I don't really love the touchscreen effects either. The effects, obviously, on this unit sound a little better to me. I think most people agree. Prime 4 Plus has lots of streaming services. They've got the zone output. So if you're a gig and DJ, you do weddings and corporate events, I think at the moment that's all as I'm making this video, and if I had to tell someone what to go buy, I probably would tell you to go buy a Prime 4 Plus because you've got all the streaming services available. You got an output for your stuff. You got the built-in hard drive bay. You have SD card slots. You have multiple USB slots. You got a lot going on there. A lot of stuff. Open format DJ, doing weddings, doing corporate events. The Prime 4 Plus is probably a far better system for you in that sense. Tilt screen. I mean, the list goes on. The inputs, the outputs, you got a lot of stuff rocking. If you're not doing corporate events and you're kind of more of a club style DJ, or that's what you'd like to be, and you want to have that industry standard club kind of setup, this is the one that you want. It feels like CDJ 3000s. Let me tell you something. It's not the same. Don't let everyone fool you and tell you that this is like the better deal because it's like buying two CDJ 3000s with an A9 mixer. That's a lie. A9 mixer has its own separate chip to run things, right? Each CDJ 3000 has its own chip to run each deck. This has the one chip that runs it all. So the waveform, we're not going to get 4 waveforms on the screen. There's some limitations that we do have on this unit. You don't have phantom power. You don't have all the microphone separate mic effects, which big deal. You do have 2 mic inputs, EQ on both. You can put, you can record your mic or not record your mic to the USB. You've got the noise reduction. No, what's the background feedback reducer settings on here. You can Bluetooth in. By the way, Bluetooth input is not like on the Omnis Dual where it streams it in and you can actually mix your Bluetooth input in, which is kind of a shame because that was a cool feature. It's literally like an aux Bluetooth in. You can't do anything with it. If you want to run CDJs with this thing, you can't just run one CDJ and have 3 decks. If you go into ProLink mode disengages 3 and 4. It assumes you're hooking 2 up. You can't just have one CDJ and 2 decks. Well, 3 decks. You could have one CDJ and 2 decks, so you can have 3 decks, but you can't have 4 decks and one of them being a CDJ. Make sense? You cannot run Wi-Fi on this with an Ethernet cable plugged into a CDJ in ProLink, which means if you want to use Beatport streaming services, what you need to do is plug this into your Wi-Fi router, plug your CDJ into that same Wi-Fi router, and then you can do all your stuff like normal. But you're not going to get Wi-Fi and a CDJ linked up on ProLink. It just doesn't work. Everybody wants to know about sound quality. Better than Opus Quad? I don't know. I think the Opus Quad probably has the same 32-bit float. Like, they're not going to reinvent the wheel. As far as I know, the Opus Quad had like their best chip in it. So I'm assuming that same chip is the same chip in this thing here, the same sound card. I think, Opus Quad doesn't have any streaming services. So, if you had to pick between the two, you're going to buy this one long before the Opus Quad. I've never seen one in person. I've never played on one. I don't know anyone that has, that's really messed around with an Opus Quad. So I can't say anything. I can tell you one thing. I don't like the look of it. It was, out there. They're trying to be innovative, trying to look cool. And, give me a black unit. Give me a white unit. Hell, give me a gray unit. I like the shape of my controllers. Don't play around with the shape too much. And if I want a different color, I got 12-inch skins that will always take care of me. Okay, what we got here? Does USB record stop work? The firmware's supposed to fix that issue now that you're saying don't download the firmware. There, guess what? There is no firmware to download right now. They took that firmware down. They took that firmware down. Because they obviously know there's something up with that firmware, but have no fear. You can be damn sure everybody at Alpha Theta that has anything to do with engineering and product development is working way overtime right now. Way overtime. They are desperately working to try to find whatever's going on. And like I said, likely the odds that it's hardware issue, from all my experience in using equipment, I don't really think so. I think this is still a software fix. Because if it was hardware, like, you know, with if the pliers weren't working or a fader or something, maybe. But everything I've seen so far just feels like I said, it feels like a power management. When you saw at the beginning of the video how this became unresponsive, power management was on and the screensaver was on. And I did unplug that USB cable to the computer and plugged it back in. So I don't know if that had any effect on stuff. Yes, it's 32-bit, by the way. And the USB record, let me just, you know what, let's do it right now. We got in the loop. I'm going to go into the USB record. Oh, we got to go into the mixer settings. To USB 1. And going to hit the record. And right now, it's recorded. So while we're doing this, we'll just let it record that loop. I'm not turning the volume up on this thing. We're not playing any music because you know what? I need to make a couple of bucks on this thing. This video has to make some money, whether it's through some PayPal donations or it's because I'm running ads. Personally, guys, I would love to turn off monetization on my channel because it doesn't pay much and save you guys from having to fuck with the ads. But it requires memberships. It requires people sending PayPal to keep things going. Doesn't take everyone. Literally every time I do a stream, if just a small handful of people hook me up, and not the same guys, there's always the same people that always take care of me. Oh, I don't want to say always, but quite often. And it doesn't need to be them. Everyone should take a turn at least of adding into the community. I spent $5,000. So for you to send over $5, $10, it's not a big deal. I spent $5,000 and my time to make sure we iron out the bugs on this thing. And don't worry, I'm going to be talking to Alpha Theta to say, listen, man, I don't mind helping out, but I got to eat. I got to survive. I don't have a day job. I'm not out DJing because I have dizziness issues and I can't be up late like this. Even doing this stuff sometimes fucks me up. So I'm going to have a big discussion with them and say, hey, you know what? Why not hire me on? Why not pay me a little something? You know, pay me for my time. Not because I'm a greedy fuck. It's because I just want to be able to survive and I want to have enough money to live and still not go into debt when I'm buying shit like this. And to be fair, they were going to send me one to review, but how long would I have had it for? Probably not long. I'd much rather have my own, do some real proper testing, and not feel like I'm on a timeline of any sort. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude, $5,000. You think $5,000 is something? Too bad I can't spin the camera run. I could show you, you know, the $6,000 Alpha Theta Euphonia. I'm in Canada, by the way, so things are a bit more expensive. I could show you the $5,000 V10. I could show you my, what are they, like $3,700 or some shit a piece on the CDJs. the $1,000 RMX, the $800 AS1 synth, the $1,500 DJS 1000. Like, I got money tied up just in the Pioneer gear alone. You know, $800 speakers, shit, the $1,000 headphones, those limited edition carbon fiber. We won't even talk about all the dead and DJ gear that I have here on top of it too. That's why I can tell you what to use. I have both. You're working, gigging, wedding, corporate event, money-making DJ. Dead and DJ Prime 4 Plus is the way to go. DMX control for your lights. It has everything. Has everything you would need to do a gig. You want to be the club DJ and you want to be able to walk into a nightclub with your USB stick and feel very familiar, and to hop on a pair of CDJ 3000s with a with an A9 mixer, you're going to feel very comfy. If you're to hop in and play on 3000s with a 900 Nexus 2 mixer, you're still going to feel relatively comfortable. It's not going to be rocket science. I would suggest if you have this and you're using this and you know you're going to play on 3000s and an A9 mixer, watch a couple of YouTube videos and just get yourself slightly familiar with where things are. But for the most part, besides the pad mode here, everything else is laid out relatively the same. But it's always best to just be familiar. And when you buy new gear, do not take your new gear and go DJ that same night with it. The biggest mistake you can make. Same with a computer. I would never buy a new computer and walk out day one and DJ with my brand new MacBook Pro and take that chance. Unless you have no other choice, right? So everyone does this. They try to sell their old shit before they buy their new shit. Buy your new shit first. Make sure it works. When you realize it's cool, then you sell your old shit. So the news on the crashes, right? The crashes, yeah, it's had more crashes. It crashed at the beginning of the stream. Not sure why. And I still believe the update, just for anyone that's joining, turn off your power management. Turn off your screensaver. From everything that I've tested so far, I think that's the best luck I've had. I have not had a big crash. And don't update your firmware. You can't now anyways. Anyone who has, if you have the update of, if you have this thing and you update it to the, I think it was like 1.4 was the update, the last one. If you have that update and you're having issues, I would suggest that you reach out to Alpha Theta. You can go on their Instagram probably and get a hold of somebody. Reach out and ask them what you should do. You know, they very well might send you the old firmware to go back to until they figure out the next step. And DJ Chromatics, you're right. These guys need to get their shit together, but was it, you know, we don't know what the problem is yet. So I don't want to blame the company. I don't, you know, it's not like I've got some love for these guys. They know when shit's not going right, I'm not fucking happy. The one thing I can say, when shit's not going right, they were very quick to get on the bandwagon and help work on the solution. Because not because it's me, not because it's you, and not because the other guy had 100,000 views on his shit. It's because they want their shit to work. You know what I mean? Like, someone is losing their fucking marbles right now about the fact that, hey, there's some systems out there that are having some issues. And look at right here. You see that? Once again, I hate to put 12-inch skins into the mix. Someone's going to say, well, you had a magnet over it. But look at that. Crashed out again. So anyone that's alpha theta, let me just explain to you right now the conditions that we're running here. I'm still running that Kingston USB stick that we're gonna switch out of that and see what happens. We're gonna do something else here in a minute. So Wi-Fi's turned on, 5 gig Wi-Fi connection. That's never had an issue. We got that Kingston G3 stick in there. It's formatted FAT32, just so everybody knows. We were in a loop. We were recorded. That's not the fastest stick on the planet. It was recording to the same stick, by the way. And you can see power management was turned off. Screensaver was turned off. And the exact same thing that has happened to me happened to our friend there in Montreal. The exact same situation. I turn it off, see how long it takes before this turns off. It's quite a long wait. There we go. Now it's off. Let's turn it back on. I'm going to pull the USB stick. We're going to unplug the USB cable to the computer. So we have no device hooked up whatsoever. It's not doing anything. Doing absolutely nothing. We're on the original firmware. Power management turned off. Screensaver turned off. Wi-Fi turned on. And it's just sitting here. And as we talk about it, and I answer some questions and stuff, I don't want to sit here all day. And if you're connected to the internet, no, this system here, unlike the Den and DJ equipment, will not update firmware over the air, as I call it, the OTA, which means it won't update over Wi-Fi. You still need to do firmware updates by USB stick. By the way, in case you don't know how to do that, it's very simple for a firmware update. When you turn it off, you download the update when one becomes available, because there are none at the moment. They took the old one off. You put the UPD file on the stick by itself, right? And you plug the stick in. And I've done it with an empty stick. I've done it with a stick that had music on it and stuff too. I've never had an issue either way on all the times I've ever updated, any Pioneer DJ stuff or Alpha Theta. When you put the stick in, you press and hold on the right side, master and beat sync, and you hold those two buttons down together and you turn on the system, you wait, and you will come up and it will say it's looking for the file. You can release it and you'll see the update happen. And then when it's done, it'll tell you just to turn it off and turn it back on again. And, I got to tell you, Gogo, that's a fucking Gogo Mogo. Super smart suggestion that I'm going to suggest to the engineers at both Alpha Theta and for in music. Because, even computers have like speed tests to make sure shit's okay. Why not incorporate something into the system here that, you can plug a stick in and hit USB check, and it does a little read-write speed check on your thing to tell you the performance, to tell you, it's like, poor, good, excellent. So that way you would know, right? Because there's a lot of manufacturers that'll write specifications on their USB sticks, and it's a load of bullshit. Honest to God. I've bought sticks before. I've done speed tests on them on the computer, and they were nowhere near what they said they were. Hard drives, all kinds of shit. So you can't believe things. You really need to test your stick. Should it make a difference? Not in this day and age. We're just moving around MP3s and stuff, you know what I mean? It's not even like these ports probably don't even support USB 3.2. Maybe they do. I don't know. I didn't see anything on the specs. If anyone from Alpha Theta wants to confirm or deny, I don't know. But I don't think you need the fastest fucking stick on the planet, considering I've used, some Next Tech on my CDJ 3000s, 2000s. I've used no name shit. I've used, hell man, I've even DJ'd with a Crystal Pioneer DJ drive off AliExpress that was cheap as hell and looks cool, and it was slow as fuck for moving music, but you know what? When I was playing music, it was fine. So, and failsafe FPV, think about buying one of these as my first proper DJ controller. I just did a reset, and all I'm doing right now, I don't want to touch anything. I want to just sit here for a moment, and I'm just trying to determine, will it crash? I have no USB stick in, USB cable is not plugged in. So just a little bit of, trial and error to try to narrow down, because I thought it had to do with the power management. And I went back to the original firmware and I saw the same thing happen. Failsafe FPV, I still think it's worth it. I think there's going to be supply chain shortages. So it's like, get one now, or if you wait it out, you might not get one. You can be damn sure, like, whatever issues that we have going on here, literally, it was just reported to them a matter of days ago, and they're already on it, working on new firmware updates, and their engineers are looking at stuff, figuring out what's going on. I don't think it's hardware. I definitely think it's software. And here's the worst case scenario. Picture this. Let's just say you bought your unit and it's doing crazy shit. It's not firmware. It turns out to be hardware. Well, I'm pretty sure if everyone had a hardware problem, Alpha Theta is going to take care of everybody. They're going to exchange your shit. It might be an inconvenience. At the end of the day, let me just say, I didn't say anything about chip hosts sat in the CDJ. No, I'm just talking about USB sticks, dude. I didn't say anything about. Just apparently there's certain, from Alpha Theta Pioneer DJ, according to their tech support guy Pulse, and his experience, Kingston sticks are not like. Seem to have more issues, I guess. Like, there's more issues related to people using Kingston sticks. Everyone at the company uses SanDisk Extreme Pro. So I guess, and I ordered one. It should have been here today. It's coming tomorrow, unfortunately. So yeah, that's what they recommend. And I would say your best bet to buy that stick. I bought mine on Amazon, so I think Amazon's going to be like your best bet. See, Lawson's confirming too about having some better sticks. And yeah, 12 said you must use a USB stick for streaming Beatport. It just won't. it won't stream without a stick. There'll be no option on the screen. Like when you see here, there's no USB stick. It says no device. There's no option to do beatport. It needs that. Denon DJ doesn't require it. So it's kind of interesting. If you went to a gig and for some fucking reason you forgot your USB stick, you'd be fucked. You wouldn't be able to do anything. Now, you could run to a computer store or somewhere and ask someone, anyone got any USB stick? Like, you don't need a record box formatted stick. Like, any old stick that you jam in there and you're going to get beatport available, right? And how often does it crash? Well, let's put it this way. It's crashed on me way too often. It crashed on me right at the beginning of the stream with the old firmware, with the original firmware. So it's crashed on me with the original firmware. It's crashed on me with the new firmware. It's crashed on me just letting it sit here overnight. I wake up in the morning. It goes into a sleep mode, which is a whole nother situation. And it won't wake up from sleep. I've also had it running on a stream where everything was running in a loop. A couple of channels were running. I came back and the browser, these buttons up here were all unresponsive. The screen still worked. The touch screen still responded. I could still do things, but all of that became unresponsive. And yeah, the screen is 30 frames per second. And if you zoom in all the way, it does look a little janky, I gotta say. The movement has a little bit of that motion blur going on. Personally, I think in this day and age, to be honest, having a DJ controller that's being built at the end of 2024 that can't do at least 60 frames per second when the Denon DJ Prime 4 was doing this like what 8 years ago. When did that thing come out? It's been out for a million years, it feels like. SC6000s were doing it, SC5000s were doing it, Newmark Mixstream Pro Go does it. Like, I don't know the tech. I don't understand the tech of why these guys can't seem to pull off a faster refresh rate on the screen. Maybe it's because it has better effects and the power is being diverted to the effects rather than the screen. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a programmer. I don't know anything about this shit. And I don't think anyone's ever going to give us a straight answer about it. I think anything that they would ever say would just be, they would say something that would sound convincing, and then the other company would turn around and tell you something different. And harsh hell, am I keeping this long term? This is mine. I bought it. I bought this, and here was the full intention. I'm either going to, the plan was keep it, and sell my CDJ-3000s and sell my V10. Or, if it's not great, I'll sell it. So, one of two situations. I did get a slight discount, so if I sell it, I'm not going to lose any money. I'll be fine. And by the time I decide to sell it, it'll probably be right at the same time when there's a big shortage of these, and I'm going to be able to sell it within an hour. So it's not a big deal, but honestly, I would love to be able to keep this unit that I paid like $5,000 for. Well, close to $5,000 because of my discount. So keep this unit, sell my CDJ-3000s and my V10, and Canadian, I should be able to realistically get like, say, I could probably get like $10,000. So that would put me ahead, an extra $5,000 in my pocket, bank it away, buy myself a nice watch maybe. I don't know. Or save it for a rainy day. Whatever the case might be, that would be the best outcome, that this gets fixed quickly, is an amazing stable system, and I can safely just say, screw the CDJ-3000s. I honestly don't need them. There's no reason. I don't need to make videos on them anymore. They've been around long enough. Everybody knows how to use that stuff. And focus all the videos on the Denon DJ Prime, Denon DJ Prime 4 Plus and the XDJ-AZ, because they're the two most popular units on the market right now. And everybody wants to know the differences between those two. So from a YouTube standpoint, that would make the most amount of sense for me to keep this. And the effects compared to the XZ, like, you know, you have the A9 effects. Delay, echo, ping pong, spiral, helix, reverb, flanger, phaser filter, triplet filter, I don't get. The trans effect, roll, the triplet roll, I don't get. Mobius, I love. Space, dub echo, crush, sweep, noise, filter on the sound color effects. The effects sound fucking amazing on this thing. So, yeah. I love the A9. I love the A9. I sold my A9 with a pair of my CDJ-3000s because, quite frankly, I had too much equipment and I needed some money. I need to replenish the funds around here. And I knew the A9 was my newest unit, and I realized it was going to be harder to sell my V10. And I had some drum machines and shit, so the V10 felt like I should keep it. But I like the workflow. The workflow is really nice on this. RMX effects, much better than the 1850. They're not the same effects, but they're similar. You know what I mean? Like quality-wise, the quality-wise probably better. That RMX 1000 is already like fucking, what, 12, 13, 14 years old. So I like this. I like it a lot. It's a shame that we're having these crashes and stuff. So far, I'm not doing anything with it. All the buttons are still responsive at the moment. Let's try putting a cheap stick. If it'll even read this 16 gig Nextech. I don't even know what's on it. There's no local library found. We're going to go into Beatport for a second here. Had to block things out for, you got to type your goddamn password in every time. Man, they need to fix that. I still got to say, you know, over Wi-Fi, you know, my SC6000Ms and my Prime 4 Plus over Wi-Fi, for some reason, will load up Beatport faster than one of these guys. Now, this is taking a lot longer than I would anticipate, and it could be because I got a really slow, shitty stick in this thing. Because usually it doesn't take that long. Yeah, I somehow suspect perhaps the speed that things load up in Beatport is directly related to the stick, because it's never been that slow. And Andrew, let me explain something to you as well too. When you say your iPhone 14 is probably faster, you are probably correct in that, because something you might not realize, new DJ equipment doesn't necessarily have the newest processors on the planet because of the cost. So picture this. Apple sells way more iPhones than Pioneer DJ sells controllers or Alpha Theta, right? That's just a given. That's just simple math. They sell way more. So if you're making electronics and you know you got a small portion of the planet buying it and you're trying to make a profit, you can't use the newest chips on the planet because it's going to cost you too much. So what do? You use some older chips, right? My iPad chip will run circles around this thing when it comes to speed. Because, you know, if you were to dig in and look at the chip, chances are the chip isn't that new. And you can't necessarily fault the company that much because they're trying to make money. They're trying to keep afloat. And you don't have a giant customer base like Apple has. So, yeah, an iPhone, they can make less profit. They can manufacture cheaper because, you know, it's their factory and they're not farming it out to anyone. And just overall, when you think about it, yeah, your phone probably is going to be way faster processor than anything this thing's got. It's going to be faster than your CDJ 3000. It's going to be faster than your Denon DJ Prime 4 Plus 2. Now, the Denon DJ Prime 4 Plus, that chip might be different just based on the fact these guys have what? In music has like over 20 brands, 20 different brands. They've purchased all kinds of companies. So they have the tech from all of these brands that they can swap between each other and share the engineering stuff and programming and everything else. So maybe from the techie side of stuff, I don't necessarily know this for a fact, but would stand to reason that they have combined the experience. And I know what some people might say, hey, they didn't design the Rain products. They didn't design the Denon DJ products. They acquired these companies. Well, if I have no experience and I acquire the experience of a company that has 20 years or 30 years of experience, guess what? That experience is now mine. That's my experience because I have all the paperwork. I have all the patents. I have the engineering notes. I've got the programming. I've got it all. It's my goddamn experience now. I didn't have to do it in order to claim it's mine. Does that not sound reasonable to you? Right? Like if I say I acquired this company, I acquired all their knowledge. Now it's my knowledge. Not defending anyone, not taking sides here. Both companies have their good. Both companies have their bad. We're sitting here looking at a unit right now that is brand new, is quite expensive. Now, the value of what you're getting for the money, you're getting a lot of value out of it, but if it's going to crash every 2 seconds, that's not good. And we're all nice guys here. You know, we're all rooting for them. We don't want anything crashing. I don't care if it's Alpha Theta, Pioneer DJ, Newmark, Denon DJ. Crashes suck. This is not what we want. Nobody wants it. The guys who made this don't want it to crash. The guys who work on this shit, the Alpha Theta team, these are all DJ nerds, man. They're not some bullshit guys in the back corner that just, you know, into electronics. These are like pure DJ nerds. If you think you're hurting about this thing, I'm sure there's some of these guys that are literally shedding a tear just for the fact their love for the equipment and their love for gear that they're fucking, you know, they're upset. Not a corporate greed thing, not a we're cutting corners, literally fucking upset and working like a motherfucker to try to fix whatever they can. And that's, look, see, I'm still loading here. This stick clearly is a shitty stick. Let's get that fucking stick out of there. Let me test a different shitty stick. Hip Street, Walmart brand. But look at that. See, I think it might have to do with the stick because look, it's frozen up again. Oh, look at that. It went into sleep mode. It didn't like that stick at all. See, now we're getting somewhere. This is why we call it the TheDjLab. We're narrowing things down. I'm going to try restarting with that stick. So yeah, it might be a stick situation, friends. They might be right when they say that you need a decent stick. We're going to see. We've had a couple crashes, a couple freezes here. We got no library. Got to log in again. Chances are, Alonzo, most of these sticks I'm using are probably Fat 32, by the way. Okay, this bullshit Hip Street stick is obviously loading that track way quicker than that last shitty stick. So sticks definitely have something to do with the load speed. It's a shame tomorrow I'm going to be getting my SanDisk Extreme Pro. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing works with that. Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, is your stick X fat or Fat 32? I know. My X was fat. Does that count? Whoop, whoop. There we go. Maybe it's the memory controller on the USB stick. Share vlogs. You might be dead right. It might be shitty USB sticks for all we know. But the only thing about that is overnight I had no USB stick in and the fucking thing was just sitting there and I woke up and it was in a sleep mode and sleep was turned off. So that concerns me. But let's be fair. I got to tell you another thing about this. And it could be important because I kind of forgot. When I went to bed overnight and had power management turned off, I had a towel, not a real super heavy towel, but it was a towel nonetheless that you would dry off with, sitting over top of the equipment because I'm in a bachelor unit. This thing's like right beside my bed. And girlfriend was here and I didn't want to light the whole place lights up like a Christmas tree, this thing. So could it have been that it purposely went into this sleep cycle because it heated up? My place is pretty air conditioned. It's not hot in here. To touch this unit, it's not like You know, like an A9 mixer, for instance, it gets hot, you know what I mean, from the bottom. This one here, I don't feel any heat from it. So I don't know. Maybe it's something I'm going to talk to the engineers about and report that, hey, I had a towel over it. And obviously, you know, covering up electronics when they're turned on for a length of period of time is probably a shitty idea. Stuart says, get an actual stick and whack it a few times. Nah, I ain't whacking this motherfucker with a stick. And I have no idea if they're running a Linux-based thing or what the fuck's going on with these things. That's beyond my nerd level. I am not as nerdy as you might think. The glasses make me look smart. I'm not really that intelligent. And Stuart, was it Fisher Price about Pioneer? No. No. Stuart, seeing as you are a moderator here on the channel, do me a favor. If you like to, I like to think my moderators are here to, you know, help out by encouraging people to like the channel, you know, subscribe, you know, maybe post up links to my PayPal, you know, moderator things. Not to come in here and try to be the comedian as we're talking about a serious issue, because literally there's tons of people who have spent big money on pre-orders and they're waiting for the units to come and they're fucking a little bit concerned and stressed out. And I'm trying to be on here and de-escalate things. You know, the guy out in Montreal with his Instagram thing, he's out there just getting people fired up because he's mad. He made a video because he's angry at the company. I'm not angry at anyone. I'm disappointed. Have a range of emotions. Don't get mad. There's no reason to be mad that you spent money and something's fucked up. You wanted it day one. You want to be the first motherfucker in your neighborhood to have it. Well, guess what, man? There's a price to pay if you want to be the first. You want the bragging rights. You want to be the first guy. I understand that shit. It's not my first rodeo here, man. If you're the first guy to get the new phone, and then you wonder why it's fucking up on you, because you're the first guy. You're the guinea pig. What do you want them to do? Would you rather they don't release a controller for the next 3 fucking years? They jack it up 3 times the price because they had to spend 3 years beta testing it? That's not reasonable. You wouldn't want that. There's got to be a breaking point. There's got to be a period of time where they test. And you know what? Like, don't think they didn't beta test it. I'm fucking sure they did. I don't know for a fact. I would just assume every company has a beta test period. And like I said, these are nerdy engineer guys that love DJing. They're not, no one's here to make a piece of shit. It's the last, you think the company is very happy about the fact that the first all-in-one system branded under the Alpha Theta name, under the parent company name, is the one out of the box that's having fucking crashing issues? No. And maybe it's got nothing to do with them. Maybe all the crashing issues is my shitty USB stick. Fuck, how do we know? Right? Maybe because I had a shitty stick in it that didn't like it. Sure, it worked on my CDJs and it worked on a bunch of other things, but fuck, I'm not that smart. I don't know. And we're going to find out. You know, when I get my new stick tomorrow that they recommend and I stick it in, and if all the problems go away, hey, fucking great news. I hope it's my shitty stick. I'll fucking be very happy to come on here and tell everybody, hey, dude, just go buy this stick here and problem solved. Uh-oh. I just noticed something here. Thanks for that, Farns. Farns, I just noticed something. And it's okay, you know. Farns has been a member of the channel for quite some time now, and I'm not sure if Farns became like turned off the membership because it used to show up green. So it's okay. I don't mind. You know what I mean? Not like I had a whole lot of members anyways. And Farns has donated many times over to the channel through PayPal, which in reality is better for me, to be honest. Are you still a member? Oh, okay. They just changed. They must have changed things because you know what? In the distance, I see that there's like a little star beside you, but that must have changed something on YouTube because it used to show up green, if you remember that. And I guess I just haven't noticed. Fucking Farns is like the all-time supporter here. You guys could all be cool like Farns. Mark Smith, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, Mark Smith, DJ Farns. Yeah, both guys, man, have been fantastic with the channel. If I could only get, like, swear to God, all I could would be nice if I had like out of my 20 some odd thousand subscribers, if 100 people became members to help out. I don't get it why some people, they get so much value out of the channel and they give me the likes and they message me and shit, but end of the day, man, money talks, you know. Seriously, the money's what keeps me doing this. If I was, and I'm not getting rich, I can barely afford, I couldn't afford this. I've never touched my line of credit. I've never put my credit cards into debt. And I didn't have the cash to buy this. I had to use a line of credit. And I have a low interest rate, but it's either I'm going to be paying like $40 a month interest on this, and I'm either going to keep it, sell my other shit to pay for it and come ahead, or I'm going to sell this thing and make enough money to pay for the interest rate for a couple of months and call it a day. But likely I'm going to keep it. And you know, I think the engineer guys do have a firmware debugging kind of thing that maybe does that. I don't know that for a fact, but you know, it's a question I'm going to ask. Oh, you know what? Let me go into, let's recreate the situation. Let me go into the recorded mode. And look at that. Oh, you know why I can't record? My bad. I'm in Beatport. You can't record Beatport. And it's strange that when you hit it, I would expect a little screen to pop up like a lot of software to tell you you can't record streaming stuff. So this is for educational purposes only, but a little thing that you might not know about the AZ is that you hook up your USB-C cable to your computer and it becomes a sound card, which means anything that you do on here, including streaming, or if you had vinyl plugged into it or a line input, that on OBS, it shows up as a sound input. In Audacity or, you know, through any recording software, you could basically record anything that's coming out of here. Input, phono, the built-in all-in-one stuff from your USB stick that you're playing, from a streaming services you could be playing, and you could record it. But that's, like I said, keep in mind if you're doing Beatport streaming and you're going to record like that, use it for your own purposes to just listen and practice your mixing. Don't do it to upload somewhere or try to sell it or any of that craziness. You know what I mean? Because The reason this is disengaged because you're paying for the right to play the music and stream it for personal use. Keep this in mind. As far as I know, the way the licenses are spelt out, it's not really designed to use out in the bars and the clubs. I could be wrong, but I definitely know they don't want you recording it because they want you to support the artist. Here's the idea. If you're on Beatport and you got a bunch of songs in a playlist that you built that you really like, you should go on to Beatport and purchase them. So these artists just kind of like supporting me, right? You support the people you like. If you love a playlist, you keep using it. Why not download it so you've got it? And you're not relying on Wi-Fi networks or anything like that. And you've got it, you put it on a stick, the artist, and let's be serious. We all know the Beatport guys don't make a lot of money, but they get a little bit. So they get a little something that they can put towards buying new equipment, going on tours, doing shit, right? The things that we'd want our artist guys to do. That's my tip and trick. That's my little plug. Just to say, don't be a pirate. Don't pirate shit. I honestly hope we get BeatSource on here one day soon, because even though I don't think this is your best system at the moment to go do corporate events and weddings and stuff, the only thing that really holds it back, in my opinion, is BeatSource. Because BeatSource, I'm not paid by them. I pay for my subscription like everyone else. I got no affiliation with these guys. But they seem to have a whole shitload of music and a whole shitload of genres. Which means if you're open format and you got a bit of everything, well, you got a lot of everything, that's good. Of course, once again, as far as I know, you probably shouldn't be using streaming services anyways for an event like that. But once again, you can go and buy your shit off BeatSource as well too, right? And yes, you see that? They do change color for on the air. The one thing I wish they did, I wish when you switched over to the other deck, and something I'm going to suggest to them, because I've seen this on another player. I think this was the Prime 4s did this. When I go back and forth, soon as I press 3, what should show up in the center screen just for a moment is the number 3. Ideally, the color change. And I don't see any reason why in the center, the edge might only have white and red. It might not be RGB to change colors like the Den and DJ products have, right? But if I'm going to suggest this, if they can make it just change color. That's it. Now, just so you know, there's something I'm just kind of cluing in here. When you go on 3, you do have that little blue edge, and when you're on 1, you don't. So I guess, oh no, so that's just the vinyl button. So when you got vinyl on, it shows up. There's nothing on the screen that actually that says you're on 3 or 1. Of course, you got the things up there. Let's not be crazy about it. But a color change for us slow, stupid guys that aren't used to doing dual layer things, it would be slightly helpful. I don't think it would be a big ask to have it just pop up real quick to say 3. To be like, oh yeah, this is the right deck. Or just a color change. So just you could visually, I know the numbers are there. I get it. It's probably because I come from the Denon DJ dual layer stuff where I have this color change thing. So yeah, that's my 2 cents right there. So far, we're having good luck with this stick. And not having, it would have been really nice had they put dual processors in this thing and gave me, it's not CDJ like in the sense, so I get it. The idea is you're on this thing and you want to have a CDJ like experience, but let me tell you, Prime 4 Plus having the 4 and having the 4 faders and the EQs and that, and then right above you can go the 4 vertical waveforms is a goddamn cool feature. Like, I mean, all you Serato users that like using vertical waveforms, you'd fucking love the Prime 4 Plus because it's very familiar. Like, it makes more sense. We were kind of used to old school itch days. We were used to this vertical waveform, the horizontal stuff. And especially too, you're drawing so much information that it eats up more processing power. If you ever use a computer with DJ software, when you would go to the different views, that extended view always looked a little shittier if you had an older computer, right? So this is why we went vertical, because it was smaller, but we had just enough to see, right? The other cool thing on the Prime 4 Plus is you can have your waveforms going and keep your browser open too. So you can load tracks and see what's going on. I mean, they did a lot of, the Prime 4 Plus is a really nice system. I'm not trying to pick one over the other. I think they both have their place. I think the Prime 4 Plus definitely wedding DJ, event DJ, even bar DJ, open format bar DJ. Like, it's got a lot of cool things that are good for everyone. I think it's a good working, the build quality, everything about it. They didn't change the design much from the first one to the second one. Just they added the Amazon, but like Amazon Music is a really fucking handy feature. You got Amazon BeatSource, Beatport, Tidal, SoundCloud, Dropbox. Here, you've got Recordbox Cloud and you got Beatport. Well, obviously, this is aimed to, the people at Alpha Theta. They say they don't have competition. They're not trying to compete. They're not bragging. They are the market leader. And it's like a lot of things. Sometimes it's brand loyalty. Like Apple. Is Apple the best computer on the planet? There's a lot of high-end laptops out there that would run circles around an Apple computer. But reliability and brand awareness and shit goes a long way. Same with Alpha Theta, Pioneer DJ. We'll see if the whole Alpha Theta thing, how that plays out. Will people jump ship because they don't know the name? Personally, I don't care. I'm a fan of the name. I like it. People making fun calling it Alpha Beta because here we are screwing around with shit crashing on us. But no, dude, you see, you've I used to use Tractor back in the day. Tractor was like one of my first ones I used. And Tractor to me was pure techno. I loved it. I have hip hop friends that love Tractor. And on the main screen, yeah, you can see it does indicate when I switch over that, you know, if you have all four, you got little indicators. There's some indicators. There could just be more. You can never have enough indicators on a dual layer system. Denon's not really an experimental thing. Not at all. Denon, like, I mean, it's solid. I know a shitload of working DJs making full-time money that use a Denon DJ Prime 4. They use a Denon DJ Prime Go or the Go Plus now for their ceremonies because it's solid, man. It's a workhorse. Like the guy who helped design, like one of the design guys for the Prime 4 Plus, he's like, he DJs like every weekend, you know, whether it's a wedding, he's doing school dances, corporate events. This guy's doing it all. And he thought of all the shit he needed. You know, everything's there. Booth out, internal hard drives, multiple inputs. Like SD card, you know, fucking USBs, the XLR, the booth, like it's all where the mic is. There's just so much. And don't think, like I said, I'm just saying from what I can see and from what I hear about and what I can physically tell, I would still say Denon DJ Prime 4 Plus is the better system for the guys doing those kinds of gigs. Your club DJ, the effects and the workflow on this system here is near identical, and the muscle memory of where working with the CDJ-3000, except for the pads, obviously. And you have some dual layer mode. And honestly, like if you're going to go do a party, you could take this with you and do that kind of event. And someone who uses CDJ-3000, let's say you're throwing a party, you own one of these things, and you invite some DJs that are A9 users and CDJ-3000 users. It's only going to take them a moment to feel comfy on this thing. I don't think it would be a real hard stretch for someone to jump on here who's never used it and mix a set great, because I did. As long as we can get past the crashing and the freezing issues, which I'm confident someone's working on it. Yeah, and exactly. Prime 4 Plus in white looks really goddamn nice. I wish these companies would stop making limited edition after the fact white equipment. Make white day one. Do like the old Macs did and give me 3-4 colors right out of the gate. I don't know how hard that would be. Yeah. Give me something different. You know, Prime Gold Plus. They did like a space gray, kind of like my MacBook. Looks really fucking nice. It's different. Now, honestly, I think they missed the mark a little bit on that the Prime Gold Plus, considering how many wedding people use that for outdoor ceremonies and stuff. They should have started it off in white. Should have gave me a white option. How many 12-inch skins were sold with white for the Prime Go? Every goddamn wedding DJ. Know your market, Denon. You should be, white should be your go-to color for everything. White looks better in the dark. White looks better on camera. Everything looks better. That's why all my skins are white. Ridiculous and true. Shit, man. I've been on here for an hour and 26 minutes. So in an hour and 26 minutes, we have seen a couple of crashes here. I'm starting to believe because they were talking to me last night asking me about my stick, and they recommended I buy a new stick. And so this Hip Street stick, you know, it's a shitty brand, but clearly you could see from that other stick, this one must be faster. Maybe a lot of these issues are not power management. Well, it's hard to say because I've seen it crash without the stick. But the stick is definitely playing some role in all of this. Especially as I was trying to record and play at the same time on a slow stick. That could be a problem, right? Want to give a shout out to Lawson there for the PayPal donation. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Like I said, it only takes a handful of people to send a couple of bucks. It doesn't got to be anything crazy. You don't need to send me $100. If you can afford to send me $100, I'll take it all day long and put it to good use. But really, I'd rather see multiple people send me small amounts because I don't want to hurt anyone's bank account. But you figure, just right now, the amount of viewers that I have currently at this very second, if everybody sent $2, you know, I would be at $100. That would literally, you know, feed me for a few days, you know, keep shit alive here. Because literally, I spent all the money I had saved up. I've literally blown it all on DJ gear. And not because I'm DJing and I'm trying to be Instagram famous or some bullshit. It's so I can test things, help you guys out. Thanks for the buck there, my friend. You see? And once again, it's 99 cents. If everybody did it, it makes a fucking huge difference. Because I don't see anyone else, none of the other YouTube reviewers, they got big views, they work hard for their shit, but guess what? No one else bought this. They all had it, they did a review, blah, 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 and they sent it back. No one was going to go out the door and buy it. Nobody did. They're working DJs. They got other things to do. I kind of get it. The YouTube review thing for some of these guys is a side thing. It's a thing of passion. Like Cleveland Terry, this guy doesn't need to do a YouTube channel. He's got a very successful DJ business with really high-end clientele, right? humble guy. He runs his channel because he likes to help out other, working DJs, with his, talk about speakers and, working with clients. And, he's got a good thing going on there. But I don't think he has the same kind of time that I've got to just fuck with shit and test it out like this. And obviously, thank God none of these review guys took one of these units out to a gig, used it, and it crashed out on them, because that would be fucking horrible. So I always suggest, I think these guys are brave. You get some brand new piece of gear and you're brave enough to take it out on a gig. Hopefully you had an opportunity to really put it through its paces for at least a week before you do anything. Do not sell your old shit first, then buy the new shit. It will always end in the fucking, not always will it end in disaster, but why take that chance? It's your reputation, man. It only takes one gig with one big goddamn crash on some equipment to just, the potential clients that you might get from that gig, they're fucking gone. Every gig you do, you should be getting at least 2 to 3 leads for your next gig out of that gig. And you know what? I'll be totally transparent with everyone because, nobody told me it was a secret. Did you know, for instance, when YouTube reviewers get something, it's not actually coming from Alpha Theta. Did you realize that? It's not coming directly from them. They have a company that is like their marketing PR type company that does all like the magazine stuff and deals with all the social media guys. So they're like the brand guys that do this for other brands too. And they're the ones that work with the DJ channels and all of that side of things. So yes, it very much is about marketing. Let's like make no mistake about it. But on the other hand, I'll tell you, these guys will never tell you what to say or what not to say. As long as you're being truthful. If I went on and I made up some lies about the equipment, I'm pretty sure somebody might contact me and say, like, that's a bold-faced lie, dude. That's not the truth. As long as I'm accurate with what the functions are and the specifications and stuff, and I'm not bullshitting anyone, everybody's cool. And if I want to say I don't like something, as long as I'm being relatively respectful and I'm not being an asshole about it, I don't think anyone's going to have a real big issue. I think there's pretty good leeway. I've seen many guys, I've seen Mo Jax do it, I've seen Cleveland Terry do it, that they'll say they don't like something, that they're not a fan of something, and they're still getting products. They're not being cut off. And I don't think these guys, remember, none of the reviewers besides that I know of off the top of my head, DJ Carlo, I hear DJ Carlo is making good money on YouTube. Good money. Enough money, really, that he doesn't but he could just buy everything that he reviews and probably even give it away. He's got that kind of money. The man does a lot of work on his channel. He does a lot of high quality edits, so good for him. But the rest of the guys, they're working DJs. They make their money DJing. They don't need to run a review channel. They don't need to rely on anyone to send them equipment, because really, if they were to shut their channel down tomorrow, they probably wouldn't give a fuck. They do it for the love of it, definitely not for the money. This much I can tell you. Nick Spinelli, he doesn't need YouTube money. He's a good fucking DJ. You see his videos at weddings. Like, he probably gets paid good money, man, because, he's a fucking really good DJ. All these guys. Me, on the other hand, I'm trying to make a living on YouTube. It's a difficult grind. So that's what I say. Every little bit of the thing helps out. And I'm not here trying to show off how good of a DJ I am or none of that shit. I show you little tips and tricks of things I like, little things I come across. People message me, got questions. I give what answers I can. And in this case, I'm literally beta testing some hardware at no cost to Alpha Theta. Right? I'm trying to extinguish the fire a little bit, not because Alpha Theta wanted me to. When I saw this guy's video with 100,000 views and him talking some shit, he's frustrated. He's angry. It should be frustration, not anger, by the way. He's frustrated. He spent all this goddamn money. Shit's crashing on him. And I had to chat with him. I said, listen, I don't think nothing good's going to come out of this. It's not beneficial. I don't want anyone feeling like they made a mistake by ordering this unit and, oh my God, it's fucked out of the box. What am I going to do? I lost my money. No, don't stress out. Whatever issues this thing's having, no, guys like me, I'm spending an awful lot of time, unpaid time. It's just a generosity of you guys on YouTube that want to hook me up with a couple of bucks, that I'm working on it. I'm doing what I can on my end. I'm communicating directly with the guys at Alpha Theta. They're working on this shit round the clock. And a lot of people are putting a lot of work into making sure that this thing runs smoothly. And once again, the problems that we're all having, they're not all of us. There's just a few. It might be the goddamn stick. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen an issue without the stick. Just sitting there. But then again, maybe it's because I had it covered up. There's all kinds of variables, man. Like, the more I think about it, the more I wonder, did I create this because using a shitty stick and not realizing sticks have such an important part of this? That it's the weak link. And when I ran it overnight, but what was strange is the stick was in there and it froze at the beginning. So that's why I say, I don't know. And, I put those sticks in the Denons and yeah, I've never had the Denons crash on me because of a stick situation. I don't know enough technical shit to understand the differences between the two systems, why one might handle it better than the other. I can tell you one thing I know. On the Denon players, the USB ports on the back, and I think the USB ports for the sticks, I think they are USB 3.0. I could be wrong. And I feel like that's the truth. And I guess DJ Mac, you got a point. If the stick works on a Denon player, and if it doesn't work on an Alpha Theta player, it's their problem. Because maybe the code, maybe something that in their system just can't fucking handle a cheap stick. And it doesn't work properly with it. You're right. It still might be on them. And as far as I'm concerned, if they recommend a particular stick, just put it straight out. I'll put it straight out. Alpha Theta is a huge fucking company. Huge. This is not a cheap unit. It's worth some money. It's the flagship. We'll call it. It's their flagship all-in-one controller. My recommendation, Alpha Theta, if there's two things you could do. If you believe one stick is superior to all of them, and I spend this kind of money, you could put a coupon in there to offer me some kind of discount with SanDisk to buy off them. You could perhaps include a 64 gig, let's say, which shouldn't be expensive. Well, okay, the 128 is the smallest one I saw. But you could include a 128 gig SanDisk drive with it would be nice. You could even have a thing where I go online, I pop in my serial number and fill out the information for you to send me one. You could send me an Amazon card to buy one, would be cool for people. So yeah, if it's a stick thing, if it turns out that's a stick thing, at the very minimum, at least put somewhere on your website that this is what we recommend, and anything outside of this may cause problems. That way there, everybody's informed and we could avoid all this bullshit. Simple test. Connect via link to Rekordbox PC library and play over Wi-Fi. No stick needed for that. Could also do Ethernet. Could try that. Right. Denons don't even need a stick for streaming. That's correct. Or add CD slots. Ah, there we are, Stuart. Stuart, you've been on the channel for a long time, man. And I'm trying to, keep things a little bit more realistic. Obviously, we're not going back in time. We're not adding CD slots to an all-in-one player. Does that make any sense? So if you want to add some input into the conversation, now, we're trying to have a serious conversation about, an expensive piece of equipment that has been having issues, and I'm trying to help people. The little comments here and there that just add no value to the conversation, it's not getting a laugh out of me. I'm not seeing a lot of humor. You're having a conversation with a guy who has better shit to do right now. I could be enjoying my day, but instead I spent money that I don't have on a system that's not working great. And I'm trying to inform people and assure people that everybody's working on it and, keeping people cool, right? Because nobody needs stress. I'm fucking stressed enough. Let's not stress everyone out. And my patience for my viewers and the lack of support from such a huge channel. It's not that huge, but it's big enough. I put fucking 13 years into this channel. I would have no issue showing you all how much money I've made in 13 years and then show you all the receipts for all the equipment I bought. Let me tell you real quick, between cameras and gear and microphones and everything else, the fucking money spent on this channel versus what it's made, it's not close. It's not even close, man. I've spent 3 times, 4 times, and maybe 5 times total what I've made. So either A, send a couple bucks my way, support the channel, become a member, send a super chat, hit the like button, put an interesting comment, add value to the chat. But seriously, add in bullshit comments that make fucking no sense that I got to look down and read and respond to is just fuck. Especially when it's like a guy that I made a moderator, It's a guy that, I'm not trying to call you out, dude, but I was going to take all the moderators off because I feel like the moderators on my channel aren't doing fuck all. You're not doing what a moderator should do. You didn't ask to be a moderator. I just did it because clearly at some point you were supportive enough, you were in the channel enough, and you're always there that I made you a moderator because we had the Blue Wrench crew. Now, all of a sudden, the Blue Wrench crew doesn't feel like such a tight little community. I might have given that wrench out to a couple too many people. Nope, the AZ's not crashing. We're still good here. Okay, no sweat. And yes, I did receive your PayPal. I appreciate it. Once again, you know, little donations are the great donations. I just wish I had more of them because the numbers would add up. And I'm not playing any music because I want this to be a monetized video and make a little YouTube money with it as well. It's got to make something. If I start playing a fucking song, one shitty song, and fucks everything. My last video I did got a lot of views and didn't make a dime. I can't do that. You know what I mean? I don't mind doing some mixes once in a while for guys, but this is test time. You know what I mean? And DJ Max says, you get way more in Denon than Alpha Theta. This is a true story. You know what I mean? I'm not going to deny it's a better bang for your buck. It depends on the kind of experience you want to have. If you want to be club type DJ and you want to walk into a club with an A9 and CDJ 3000s, this is kind of the best bang for the buck on that versus buying an A9 and CDJ 3000s. That's a very expensive thing to do just to prepare and be able to play at a festival once in a while or a club on the weekend. That's a lot of money that you're never going to really earn back. And you're not going to want to drag it out to do shit. This here is good for home. If you want to do a bar and drag this thing out, this is, you know, this is a great bar kind of system. Doing some parties, you're throwing a party. You don't want to rent CDJ 3000s and A9 all the time. I don't think any other DJ that plays on club standard shit would hop on here and be hated on it. Lots of people run 2000 Nexus 2s, hopped on an XZ, and they were fine. I think with the RX3, I've only like seen one briefly one time. I never played on one. And it's the jog wheels. If you love CDJ 3000 jog wheels, you just there really is no substitute. My SC 6000Ms are great. If my Prime 4 Plus had motorized jog wheels, if it had the same jog wheels as the Rain Performer, well, fuck. You might not even see this here. Honestly, you know what I mean? Being for real, a new Prime controller all in one. Here's my wish list. Give me the Rain motorized jog wheels. Change the way your effects are at the top. Give me, you know, I don't know why. Behringer did it. Behringer made mixers that were like the DJ X900, or I don't even remember what they're called. But they even put the same number in there. And the layout, these things looked a lot like a 900 Nexus, like the 900 mixers. A lot. Very fucking similar. So, the guys at Denon, I don't know what's stopping you. Man, copy the fuck out of these guys. Just copy this. Copy it. Give me the same close enough functionality, or at least have made it like the 1850 design. The effects on the top, I just don't love that. It's not a great workflow for me. And I think that's what a lot of guys are, they have their gripes because they're performance mixing guys that need everything right here, not reaching around to touch shit over top of platters and stuff. You know what I mean? So motorized platters, better effects layout, get rid of this green waveform nonsense that nobody likes. Get me some colored waveform action or some options to change it, and you've got me. And you know what? Give me the 60 hertz shit. Give me a 120 hertz display. Charge me a few extra bucks. I'm fine. These companies need to realize you don't need to work within these parameters of pricing. You could have put the latest, greatest chip in this goddamn thing. You could have put 3 of the latest, greatest chips in it. You could have gave me an 18-inch screen. You could have done so many things, and you could have charged $15,000 for an all-in-one system. And guess what? There's people out there that would have bought it. Look at Rolex. People buy Rolex all the time. Ferraris, Lamborghinis. People spend crazy amounts of money on shit that should not cost that much money at all. So if you had gave me the world, I would have spent the money. I wouldn't have given a shit. And I get it. You can't give it all to me now. You've got a master plan of, you got to think 10 years in advance of, hey, we can't give you everything now because then what are we going to sell you? You got to stretch it out, I guess, right? My favorite piece of equipment for the buck that I honestly don't use the most is probably going to be, I'd have to say at this very minute, depending on your needs, if you're a working DJ making money, I would still say Prime 4 Plus is, I made videos before where I said the Prime 4 was my favorite. And to this day, I'm still going to say Prime 4 Plus overall so far. So far. The things missing from this, I'm going to say if and when, because I can't see why it won't be a win situation. XDJ-AZ, the moment that these guys have all the other streaming services available, the moment they figure out how to not make me have to log in every time I turn this damn thing off, and I would be fine. You know what I mean? Like, that would be enough for me personally to put them on a very even playing field. Because I do like the jog wheels better. I do like the effects better. You know what I mean? That would even shit out pretty quickly. And honestly, it's not something that's not within reason to believe some point, hopefully sooner than later, that we get Beat Source, we get SoundCloud. Perhaps someone one day from Alpha Theta can explain to me the details of why it's not there. Maybe they can't talk about it because they're in negotiations. Beats me why the market leader of DJ equipment somehow got left out of the streaming services. The only thing I could ever believe in the beginning was because Pioneer DJ was considered like club equipment, that streaming services weren't there because it was considered professional gear, not designed to play streaming shit out for performance. You get it? And because the Dead and DJ stuff was considered prosumer, they assumed that it was easier to sell because they're like, most people are just hobbyist people using it. It's not a big deal. It's not breaking any licensing agreement. That's the only thing I could possibly even remotely guess of why one got it before the other. Now I don't know what's holding up the business. You're right. The square play button. Now, what's interesting with the square play button is, it felt that play button felt pretty similar to my 1200, right? So, you know, I get it. But yeah, that's just like, I'm going to say, it depends what you're used to. If you never DJ'd one day in your life and you were given a Prime 4 Plus and that's what you practice on and that's what you learned, you'd never look back. It's because the majority of us probably had a Pioneer DJ controller at some point, used CDJs at some point, 900 Nexus mixer that, we're very familiar about how things are. Picture a car. If a car, and I've seen these cars, some, prototype cars that have a joystick in the middle to drive the car. Might be better, but fuck, we're all used to a steering wheel and our blinker where it's supposed to be. Even on a Tesla, the fact the horn is not in the center pisses some people off. And the way you drive a Tesla is a little bit different than a regular car. It's not the same. It's a different little learning curve, right? And I guess it's like DJ equipment. Depends on if you want to learn something different. You're right, DJ Mac 84. They Alpha Theta, Pioneer DJ, whoever you want to talk about, they should have put the Sonic Link built into the Omnis Dual to work with that Wave 8 speaker. Like, that was, for the amount of money that thing cost, that was a huge miss. It's a battery-powered portable system, and I got a battery-powered portable speaker, and I have to plug in an RCA cable to an external box that, how am I supposed to, I couldn't walk around the park and DJ, you see, and hold it in my hand. I could. I'd get some like Velcro and Velcro to the back or something. I could think of something, but Omnis Dual is pretty expensive. And I don't, I like it in some ways, but I don't love it. You know what I mean? It's, the more I used it, the more I liked it. I liked the weight of the jog wheels. Once again, we got the same problem. There's things that Denon DJ do really, really well. And then there's some things that Pioneer DJ do really, really well too. If I could have the jog wheels of the Omnis Dual sitting on a Denon DJ Go and have the EQ in the right spots and stuff, you know what I mean? It would be better. Okay. Now what's going on here? We're still running, by the way. Everything seems smooth. And I can tell you the big difference right now, I did jump back to the original firmware, but I'm also using a different stick. I'm using a very shitty stick. I'm on Beatport, but the shitty stick might be better than the Kingston stick I was running. Because that Kingston stick, by the way, that I was running, I bought that shit long time ago. I got to be real. That was probably one of my oldest sticks from like 10 years ago. This stick too is old as well. I have the new stick coming, the SanDisk SanDisk Extreme Pro, 128 gig coming tomorrow. So it's a good lesson that, you know what, USB sticks, man, don't cheap out. You'd be surprised how a USB stick might have an effect on this equipment. And you know, I gotta say too, the whole idea, I haven't tried out these Sonic Link headphones, but the idea of having wireless headphones, Sonic Link has very low latency. Low. Not zero, very low. When I took the Wave 8 speaker, plugged it into my mixer, into the booth output, like I plugged the Sonic Link into the booth output and then connected the speaker, and I'm running my VM80s. You could hear that there was a difference. So if I had headphones on and I was mixing, listen to a booth and in the headphone, and I lined that shit up, I would think the overall things might sound just ever so slightly off. I don't know. I haven't tried it. Just based on what I think it might do. Every review guy I've seen so far that's done a review on these headphones, I don't know anyone who actually bought those headphones. And not to say anyone's lying, I will personally always feel like the guy who buys the shit that has nothing to lose will be the guy that you're going to get, I don't want to say the most honest review, but the most real is not, I don't want to say that because I don't want to imply anyone that you watch doing reviews out there feed you any kind of bullshit. I feel they're very nice. I won't even say they'll sugarcoat. Sometimes they'll say it how it is. But I don't know. I guess I'm just old school. I believe, you know, you put your money where your mouth is. I didn't wait. They would have sent me one. They told me they were going to send me one of these to review. And I didn't wait. I went, put myself into debt, and bought one because I don't want to be the last guy on the block. I want to be the first guy. And thank God I was the guy who got it. And I was the guy who saw it crashing so we could get everybody on board with trying to fix it before your shit shows up at your door. Right? I will go through the pain of crashes and wasting my day fucking around here so you guys don't have to be stressed out. And this is why it's important. The link's up there. Support my channel. Support me. Old fucking man here. You know, already I'm feeling a little bit dizzy because I'm sitting here trying to read fine print and shit. And I got my fucking arthritis in my neck that's acting up again. Trying to like answer things, trying to make sure everybody, understands what they're getting. Trying to give an unbiased opinion on what you should buy. And all I expect is a like at the very fucking least. You know, sharing my link out, that helps too, you know. You can share your shit to your social media. You all got DJ friends. If your friends aren't watching me, then, you know, you're not my friend because, you know, we should all be friends. And you know what? Send in a couple of bucks my way. A few people have already. Send in that $2, whatever, through PayPal. If PayPal is a bitch for you to do and it's easier for you to do through YouTube, keep in mind, YouTube does take a big chunk of my money. But hey, every little bit adds up. It affords me the ability to be able to, you know, not have to do the day job, I guess. Well, I would be doing a day job right now if I didn't have the health issues. Let's just call it straight. And if I had a day job, I wouldn't be here doing this shit. So at some point, this channel needs to make, you know, some kind of income enough that I'm not so stressed out and worried about money. And I don't have to, and I can spend a little bit more time and effort into the channel to provide you better content. I've invested in better microphones. I've invested in better cameras for you guys. I've done everything to take my channel from being a little bullshit thing to something that's slightly semi-professional. I'm not as polished as the rest of the guys. And I'm not really trying to be like the rest of the guys either. They have other jobs. They have other sources of income. They can do this stuff. They have sponsorship deals. They have affiliate program deals with stores. I don't have none of that up here. Absolutely none. Do I think they're going to bring stems in the future? Nope. No, I don't think if they were ever to bring stems to this kind of system, it will never happen with the processor. The processor in this is from a CDJ-3000. We know how old the CDJ-3000 is. That's old technology. Clearly, that'll never work. If they were ever to, you know, make it so you would download a stem, you could prepare it on your computer or some shit, and then bring it over, that's about the only realistic thing that maybe, and even then, I still believe one processor in this, if it can't do 4 moving waveforms, and never will be able to, apparently, if it can't do that much, I sure in the hell, and it can't do 60 frame a second waveform across the screen, if it can't do none of that, asking it to split, you know, to take 4 tracks, separate files, and use the pads to mute them on and off and run effects on them and shit like that, I think personally that's a little bit of a stretch. And that's why I say this system here is not your corporate wedding event kind of system for that very purpose. If you're to use this thing, Serato's coming out in December. If you were to buy this system to use with Serato, I think you're a bit crazy. I think you're a little bit nuts. I don't feel like it's going to make a lot of sense. There'd have to be a complete rework, because here's what I think personally. If you got a big old screen there and you got your laptop sitting there just duplicating the same shit you've seen on that screen, that's a pure waste. If you had, for instance, you could do your waveforms here, right? And have on your laptop, you could have the browser window open separately. That would be cool. Or vice versa, have your waveforms on the screen and make even more sense. Waveforms on the screen, browser window right here in front of you, and no waveform, just all browser. That would be fucking fantastic. That would make some sort of sense to me. But if you're going to use a laptop, you're going to use Serato, do yourself a favor. You either go buy yourself a Rev 7 or you go buy yourself a Rain Performer. Get yourself a Flex 10 if you like Rekordbox as an example. Don't use this with Rekordbox. It doesn't make any sense. I tried it. It works. But shit, man. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to hook a laptop up to, honestly, right? And one thing you can do, in case anyone's wondering, you could run, you know, internal on all 3 channels and have 1 channel record box or 2 or 3 channels record box and 1 on the internal, you can mix and match. Prime 4, you can't do that shit. You either turn that thing on to internal to standalone mode or it's computer mode. There's no mix and matching. This thing wins there. Prime 4 Plus, you cannot plug it into OBS with the cord and run it as a sound card. That will not work. So this wins there. They all got their pluses and minuses, people. Stems. Look. Look. Here we go. Froze again. Frozen again. Let's try something a little different here. What's going on, Drew? Drew is bad luck. Drew showed up and everything went fucking gone. Fucking blame Drew. Drew, you know what? I'm starting to believe the stick. I'm starting to believe the whole stick situation to some degree. I don't know why. I just pulled the stick. We're right back to square one. Okay. So that is what? Are we keeping count here? Is that crash number 3 and 2 hours and 22 minutes? And I'm not even doing anything fucking crazy. You know, I was literally just running a loop. I use a different stick, you know, just to let you know. This is fucking Hip Street. This is probably the worst fucking stick you could use to DJ with. I sure the fuck don't recommend that stick. But when I was trying to load a Beatport, I was on Beatport, by the way, too. When I was trying to load a Beatport shit on the other shitty stick, it was really slow, so I put that shitty stick. I need to look around and find a better stick. There's got to be something better in here. Give me a second to find something that I think is a bit more reliable. And you think it could be an overheating problem. Well, there is absolutely, I'm telling you, even my hand underneath the bottom, and it's plastic, right? And I feel zero heat off of this thing. Like, I mean, it's, I wouldn't even consider it warm. You know what I mean? It feels like no heat. Well, I've got an idea here. Shit, I'm trying to find my card reader because I forgot in my camera, I've got a 256 SanDisk Extreme Pro SD card. Now, wouldn't it have been convenient, just like on a CDJ 3000, to giving us an SD card in this damn thing? That would have been nice, right? Because I've recommended to people many times over that why not use an SD card for DJing? Really, what exactly would that have cost to add a bloody SD card, which the Prime 4 Plus has? Just keep in mind, just saying, this would have made life way simple. Now I'm going to try to find a card reader to plug into this thing. And then if it was to crash at that point, they say, well, you're using a card reader. Yeah, a just in case, exactly. SD card is faster than USB. Well, I don't think I'm going to find that. Any of you gear hoarders out there will understand the pain. You will understand the pain of trying to find something in amongst a sea of electronics. I'm going to try one more thing here. I got a couple other sticks here. This is a pretty trusty stick, but I think it's Kingston as well. So, Samsung T7 SSD has not been record boxed or anything. It's got some partitions on it and shit. Let's see what it does when we plug it in. It shows up as a USB. It's got a 535 gig available on that. Well, guess what? There is a library on it. Okay. So yeah, I did have a record box, big library with a lot of shit in here. So yeah, we're running, that's on a so 2 terabyte SSD. So let's make it interesting here. Let's put a little. Let's put some effects on it. And I'm going to hit the record button too. So we got 2 loops going. I got record. I got some effects on the one. Let's put some dub echo on that one as well too. Oh, interesting to know, just in case anyone's wondering, you cannot put effects on 2 channels at the same time. It's either one or the other. If you want to have it on the master, you can. Or on the crossfader, you can. But you can't have engaged 2 at a time, which is really strange. You know, when they had the selector, you couldn't do that. But doing this situation, why couldn't I have just, you know, just like the cues, I could put, oh, look at that. You can't hit 2 at the same time either. Oh, well, that's weird. There we go. Yeah. You know what I mean? That would have made sense had I been able to like engage both effects on those two channels on a 4th channel, because maybe I want to echo these two out at the same time and keep these ones going. Just saying, Alpha Theta engineers, perhaps you can, you know, explain that one or maybe add it in. What's going on, PJ? Speaking of Alpha Theta and Boof. That drive format, by the way, I'm not even sure. I think it must be because I move things between my Mac and my PC with that drive. So I believe that drive must be exFAT, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, that makes sense too, right? And I don't really want to try Link on the PC just because my PC does not have the most current record box on it. My MacBook needs to be charged up. I don't really feel like moving shit around. And the way the camera is, I don't have a good spot to put the MacBook with everything in order to the cord to reach. There's a bunch of reasons why I'm not trying this whole Link thing to see what the case is. But ultimately now, we have seen multiple crashes and hangups during the stream. I do feel the type of USB stick you're using, there probably is something to that. I still feel like power management has some kind of something to do with things as well. This is running the old firmware. For anyone who is wondering, the 1.04 firmware appears to be, it's PJ can probably explain as well too. It was taken down because I guess it was creating problems. I think the old firmware had less issues for some reason. What's going on, Justino? Yeah, DJ Mac, it does not have an SD card. You know, is it even reading from the stick after it's been loaded into the unit? I don't know what to tell you guys. Lucky for you. Oh yeah, Drew. So there's something too. I can tell you, I did it yesterday. When I had a track loaded up, I had 4 tracks loaded up, right? And I pulled the USB stick, just yanked it out. And, or did I press stop and eject it? I think, I don't forget how I pulled it out. And all 4 tracks were working, buffered, move around the track. Everything was good. So the one thing we do know is if a stick got pulled, whatever tracks are loaded up to 4 of them were working fine. So yeah, no emergency loop. It buffered everything in. Oh, the different displays you get in the jogs. Yeah. Where the hell? Oh, that's on the shortcut. Yeah, that's all. So this is pretty handy. In the hotkey mode, I don't really see the purpose because you're like, big deal. I can see what I got, right? But when you go into the beat loop, and you can see that's 32, that's 16, that's 8. And you hit it again, and you got the 3/4, the 1, the 3/2, the 3, the 5. That's weird. I don't understand. I don't get why would I want to do a 5, 6, 7, and 9. That must be a hip hop thing. I'm sure PJ's on here. PJ will explain these types of beat loops and what you can use them for. You go into your slip mode and stuff in your key shift. Your beat jumps, you can do 64. I think this is me personally, being able to beat jump using pads versus using the beat jump up here and going 64, 32. You can do some really interesting shit with a track, especially if you're mixing like some long house tracks and progressive and you want to quick mix a little more and not, you can shorten the track and not lose the middle of it. You know what I mean? You could do some shit, especially long trance. There's a lot of good reasons for beat jump. I do like the pads. It's very handy. So yeah, now we can beat jump by 64. So that's handy. You see, you got to be a good DJ like PJ to take advantage of irregular, doing triplets and doing these extra things. It's all beyond me. Yeah, hotkeys are good to jump around a track too if you want to prepare things. I'm not a real hotkey guy. I don't really prepare my shit. Probably should. It's interesting. Like I've done the 64 beat jump playing around some tracks, and to beat jump, if you beat jump ahead 64 by like 4 beats or by 1 beat and back, I mean, you just got to play around with it and you'd see that, you know what? There's some kind of creative things that just change a song ever so slightly by fucking around with these, like back and forth 64s. When all of a sudden it's interesting. It's like the structure of a song where the word the breakdown, when you can jump into the breakdown part and get like the same vocal part without the instrumental behind it and then jump back. I did some neat things earlier today. I'll have to see if I can make a video one day about that kind of fucking around the beat jumps. Cause yeah, I'm not usually a beat jump guy, but I got the pads here and thought, fuck it. Let's give them a try. So a lot of people have been asking that question, PJ. Is this thing targeted towards, I don't want to say EDM DJs, because that's a pretty limited genre, but it definitely does feel, from what I can see with the limitations of Beatport streaming only, that this is limited to club festival type DJs and not so much the corporate event DJs. And if PJ could offer any insight onto the availability of other streaming services in the future, that would be super beneficial for us, because I'm sure we'd all love to know if he knows. And I guess we all would curious to know, how come Alpha Theta Pioneer DJ when you say it was the first one available for launch, how come Den and DJ, the engine OS, had all the other streaming services a long time ago? Why was Alpha Theta Pioneer DJ last to the table to get these guys? And what's holding up the beat source thing? Is it a programming thing? Is it code? Is it some legal stuff about professional DJs using it in clubs that's holding things back? Yeah, Alonzo, that whole power management thing. But I gotta say, that last crash that we had, power management was turned off and everything. So that might not be the issue. There is still the possibility that the drives might have been an issue. Now we got the Samsung SSD drive plugged in, which is pretty quick. You know, I'm still not sure why I've seen a crash with no drive plugged in. But just to be fair, when that occurred, I believe there was a towel covering it up. Now, when I got to it and took the towel off, it didn't feel hot, by the way. To be honest, I haven't really felt any kind of heat off this thing like you would on a DJM-A9 mixer or V10. Which also, that's an interesting point too. Like, I wonder why the mixers heat up so badly, but yet an all-in-one system doesn't really have that much heat to it. So you're wondering how many crashes I've had. I've had quite a few crashes. But there's, you know, there's the variables. For instance, I'm running an old USB drive. I was using an old USB drive and the same drive during all of the crashes. Then I switched to other old shitty drives. I'm still waiting for my drive to come in tomorrow from Amazon for the SanDisk Extreme Pro USB that is recommended by Alpha Theta, or by Pulse specifically. And it didn't occur to me to try to plug in my Samsung SSD. I forgot I had a record box library on it. So yeah, now we're working off of that and see if that makes a difference, because who knows? Maybe all these issues weren't their issues. Maybe it was the issues of the USB, which still, in fairness, is still their issue too. Because the other guys, they make products, and I've used cheap drives and haven't run into issues. And I've used that exact same drive on my CDJ-3000 and never seemed to have an issue either. So, you know, maybe something's different that I don't know about. And I still feel perhaps it would be now that we got PJ here, a great suggestion, PJ, for the engineers, if they could do that. If somewhere in the software they could add in a thing that would actually do a read-write test on your USB drive and give it a rating. Because, you know, sometimes the manufacturer doesn't tell you the truth about the read-write speeds. So if I could plug in a USB stick, and as soon as you plug it in, it would, you know, for the first time, or you have to go into a menu, and you could just check it, and it would give it a poor, good, excellent rating. Something that to let you know that, hey, this drive's okay. Because if there is drive issues, if things are dependent on the drive and the speed of it, you wouldn't know until it's too late, right? So having something built in that could check your drive ahead of time. Hell, even if another one, even if through Rekordbox, when you're exporting music to the drive, if there was some function within Rekordbox to check your drive speed to see, is it recommended? And by the way, that idea right there, you can tell your bosses that you know, they can, you got my PayPal now. They can always PayPal me the cash for that brilliant idea, because that's a great idea. Depend on where you live, you just have to check your local dealers out. When you go on to Alpha Theta and you look this thing up, and just do a Google search in your area, because prices are going to vary depending on where you live. See, Drew's right on it. He'll tell you. I think over in Italy, it's going to cost you, I don't even know. I haven't a clue. I was going to make a joke because my girlfriend's Italian. I was going to make like some kind of pasta joke or something. But how many bowls of pasta would it cost you? But I wish. I seriously, I would trade some DJ equipment for some good pasta. We got really shitty pasta here in North America, honestly. It's not the same. Try an effect for the thrills. I'm not doing any effects on this because I'm not going to get any copyright strikes. I'm not going to lose monetization on this. The channel's getting some good views. I needed to make a couple of dollars because I've had a few people shoot me some money. Nothing too grand, a couple of bucks. And like I said, PayPal link is right up there. I'm putting a lot of work into this. It would be nice to see you guys show some love. Hook me up with a soft drink, a pop, a coffee, pizza slice. I'm over here like, shit. I've been spending so much time in here, I haven't even filled up my goddamn Brita so I could go get a drink of fucking water that's not being run through 50-year-old pipes in my building. You know what I'm saying? What's no sound? No sound from what? I'm not playing music through here, dude. This is not what this is for. This is an informative video talking about the crashes that have occurred with this system, what Alpha Theta is working hard to correct, my testing of it, and questions, answers. There's plenty of guys out there who have run review videos and played around with all the effects and stuff and showed off all that stuff. I need to make money. You know, unless you're willing, Twisted Mind TV, maybe you're the rich guy. If you're the rich guy and you want to send $100 PayPal my way, sure, I'll turn on the music. I'll screw the monetization of this video. No problem. Just, right. Yeah, man, we're all in debt here. Exactly. And that's why, I'm not even, it's not like I can even take this thing out to go DJ with and make some money at a bar. I can't. I got a lot of vestibular issues and problems that I just can't fucking do the DJ gigs anymore. So it's the only way I'm going to make any money with this. Literally, no matter how good my channel does, it will probably take me, if I was to double what I'm doing on my YouTube, somehow it doubled overnight, it would still take me 6 months to pay for this, which doesn't include the debt. Well, not the debt because I own it all debt free, but I had savings. I had money given to me. I bought a lot of equipment, cameras, microphones, all the cool shit to run this channel. And it's never made the money back. So this is about the passion. I'm not trying to run this channel to get rich, but I would at least like to have the ability to run the channel to live my meager lifestyle, living in cheap little apartment here in Toronto, being able to eat some food, perhaps take my girlfriend out once in a while and, pay for dinner rather than her pay for me. Just the little things, right? And, for instance, I'll just call it right out. Drew's like my best internet friend because I actually met Drew in person. Drew came to Toronto. Me and my girlfriend hung out with him and his. And Drew's the fucking best. And Drew has helped out the channel more times than I can fucking count. So I definitely don't want to see Drew fucking always towing the line for the rest of you deadbeats that won't send a buck or two. Just saying. I'm just going to put it out there. Once again, I shouldn't have to fucking ask. I shouldn't have to ask for likes. I got moderators that should be like, suggesting the people, putting up the PayPal, trying to help a guy out. I don't want to feel like I'm gotta do shit. Okay, PJ, you go back to work because PJ's working hard, trying to, all hands are on deck trying to solve the mystery of why is this thing crashing? Why are things hanging up? And yes, I didn't know if that, PJ, I didn't know if that was a secret or not. But I fucking, PJ's the best, by the way. So during all this shit, right? PJ says to me about, getting a better drive. This is the one that they suggest. And I'm like, hey, I'm not the rich guy. I spent so much fucking money. I don't want to spend $65 Canadian to buy a goddamn USB drive. And because he asked me how much it costs, I told him. He goes, I'm asking you how much it costs because I'm going to send you the money. So yeah, last night PJ sent me the $65 on my PayPal to buy the drive. Like, who else would do that? Right? So I definitely appreciate that shit, man, because PJ knows I put my heart and soul into this shit too. Like, we're all DJ nerdy people trying to make this shit work. The last fucking thing I want to do was buy this product and trash it. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to trash it. Sure, it's a little frustrating, but hey, I understand how these things work. The guy running the Instagram page there with his 100,000 views on his video, those views are not helping anybody. They're adding fuel to the fire. He's not gaining any followers from all his fame of showing a crash system. He's not trying to assure anybody that don't worry, it's okay. But I get it. Some people love to just, everybody loves to hear somebody get angry over something. I get angry over shit all the time. That's my whole channel. And I'm not getting angry over this. If you're first in line to get a brand new product and it's some sort of electronics, you can be fucking sure There could be a bug or something, and it might not be their problem. It might be my fucking USB drive. All this crazy shit might have nothing to do with these guys whatsoever. It might be because of bullshit shitty drives. And maybe they just need to tweak some code in there to make up for the shitty drives that people might use. Who knows? We got no idea. Once again, I'm not trying to defend them. I'm just kind of pointing out the fact that, hey, I did have a shitty drive plugged in when all of this shit happened. When I didn't have a drive plugged in, I had it covered up with a fucking towel, so I didn't see it when I was trying to sleep. There's a lot of things that I'm just going to be completely transparent. Maybe it was me. Maybe it was them. This is why we're testing this shit out. Why I'm burning my whole day away here. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I didn't realize. It's 4:27. Mega Man. And so far, am I leaning towards keeping your Euphonia CDJ 3000 over the AZ? Dude, it's 4:30. The fuck, right? 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. So what I'm leaning towards is I would keep my Euphonia. Right? I'd keep my Euphonia. I'd run my Euphonia with my SC6000Ms because it's a really nice system like that. I really like that. And I would sell my 3000s and my V10. That's, if this works well, we get Beat Source sometime soon. That would be, that would lean me over that direction for sure. Because that would also put a lot of money in my pocket. And I would still get the same feel for half the price. You know what I mean? Man, I'm just thinking, I'm fucking starving here. Thank God I have some leftover chicken kebab. What is it? Chicken tikka with some cinnamon type rice thing from this Afghan place that I went to last night. It's going to heat some of that shit up. So I want to do a quick recap. Anyone who's joining the stream and you're wondering like things you need to do, I'm just going to say, for one, make sure, obviously, you're using a good USB drive. Don't cheap out and use some piece of shit. That might be an issue. You never know. Because all my crashes I've had, I've been using a cheap USB drive. Also, too, I don't know about the firmware update situation, but there was an update that I did. They've taken that update down because maybe that update's got issues. If you haven't updated, maybe don't, because you can't. There is no update. They're currently working on updates. I would suggest turn off your power management to never and turn off your screensaver. That's helped me out. And most importantly, I would say for now, at this moment, until the next firmware comes out, I would not use this in public performance. Not unless you've tested it like a motherfucker at home and everything's cool. But so far, I haven't had anybody hop on the channel and tell me they have one and it's cool, because I don't think a lot of people have them yet. I think a lot of orders are like just showing up, or in the next couple of weeks. Drew is going to get his on Thursday, so we'll see what is going on with him. And I had mixes from a long time ago on Mixcloud under Steven, Steven Stone, because there was no Steve Stone available. But I don't really upload anything anymore. I do everything just on the channel, some live shit. It's these kind of moments I wish I had a wireless mic so I could just sit back and fucking still talk and not to sit here. Hey, Drew, do me a favor. Put a link up to that Facebook group so the rest of the channel can see. Yeah, I had the same issues today. I had the frozen screen issue, and I also had it go into sleep mode and not wake up. So, hey, everyone, see that link that Drew put up? That's a Facebook group for this thing. Go to that group, join that group, and then you can all do me a favor. Contact the administrator and ask them why I've been blocked from their group. If anyone should be in that group, it should be me. I don't even remember what my beef was. They were bitching maybe because I was posting help videos on my YouTube and you weren't allowed. The guy does, these guys run the groups. They make no goddamn money and don't want to, you can't self-promote. I wasn't promoting my shit, dude. I think I told them, I don't need your followers from your stupid group to come join my channel. It's big enough. I'm here to help people. I assume this guy create the channel in order for DJs to help DJs and converse about shit. And if I put up a goddamn video showing how to do something and giving a tip and trick or some tutorial thing, you should be fucking happy I'm creating the content for your empty channel. Because half these guys that start these groups up, they're not providing you nothing. They're like, look at the big channel I got. Look at my big group. You're working for Facebook for free, guys. So get your egos out of your ass and let the moderators know you're from my channel and you can reinstate me. And guess what? We'll call the shit even. Let bygones be bygones. Get your ego out, man. If someone's in your group and they're posting content that's useful and helpful to your group, let them do it. Someone's posting their bullshit mixes and, come hire me as a DJ. I want a DJ job. Okay, I understand. But when you're running a help group for DJ equipment and there's literally a guy that's got 13 years on YouTube of blood, sweat, tears, and cash invested into helping people, and you don't want me to post my shit, that's pretty fucked up. And you guys can go in there and let this guy know that's a fucked up scenario. And everybody can spam the guy and say, listen, let Steve Stone back in the goddamn group. The guy who started the group probably doesn't even have, he didn't even have a fucking AZ to begin with. You know what? He saw a leak and he's like, you know what I'll do? I'm going to make a group. That group's been out longer than the goddamn machine. You think the moderator went and spent the money and bought this thing? Is he sitting here all fucking day on YouTube trying to help you guys out and troubleshoot things? I don't think so. So update. I've been recording, playing and recording to that same SSD for 37 minutes on the firmware that came with the unit, not the updated one that they took down. So far, so good. I've got the dub echo on. I got an echo on one of the channels. I'm not playing the music out because I don't want to. I want to keep the shit monetized. Thanks, Mega Man, for the kind words, by the way. What's going on, buddy? So what is this for? The AZ in my last few videos has crashed out a number of times, as it has on this one as well too. We're testing out new like the old firmware. I'm using a different drive, trying to answer some questions. There's a bunch of people going around the internet saying, oh, it's a piece of shit, don't buy it, blah, 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 blah. And I'm here just to kind of, for us as a community to discuss it. We had PJ in here from Alpha Theta answering some technical questions and shit. And, there's a bunch of us that want to buy this thing maybe. I've already spent my money. And we're just trying to figure out, is this thing going to stay stable? What's the problem? Was it a shitty USB stick I was using? Is it bad firmware? Just trying to get to the bottom of it. Anyone's got questions about this thing? Or, hey, should you buy this or should you buy a Prime 4 Plus? And I'm telling people the straight truth of, I'm not a Pioneer fanboy. I'm not a Denon DJ fanboy. I'm just a DJ, man. I'm just a fanboy of fucking gear in general. I have it all here. And I still believe this unit here, without beat source streaming and Tidal and all that other shit, is more designed for your club type DJ that wants an A9 CDJ 3000 kind of experience. I don't want to say the same because it is different, but it's close enough. It's as close as you need it to be. And the Prime 4 Plus is better suited for those who want to go do weddings, corporate events, shit like that. I would go down that road because you've got all kinds of streaming services available to you. You have built-in, you can install an SSD drive. You've got your zone out. You've got DMX lighting options, Nanoleaf lighting option control. Like, it's just a real all-in-one, a true all-in-one powerhouse because you can run so much shit with it. It's okay, man. Don't be stressed out. When your AZ comes, seriously, my suggestion, use a good USB stick. Don't fuck around with cheap ones. And turn off the power management. Turn off the that screensaver shit. And cross your fingers, right? If shit fucks up, well, you know what to do. You just report it in. They're already working on shit. So really, when you think about it, with this many people on board, and it's a big goddamn priority for Alpha Theta, don't think they're taking this lightly at all. If there is an issue with the firmware, it should be fixed pretty soon. I would say a week. I can't promise. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But I'm going to give it a week before I start going from being frustrated to being a little pissed off. Right? That's just me. Don't DJ out with it. Don't take it out on a gig. Use your old shit as long as you have old shit to use. So that's my suggestion. That firmware did the same crash with the same stick. Okay, man. I'm watching the stream here, guys, and I'm seeing 59 likes. Please tell me everyone who's watching has hit that goddamn like button, because I could be sitting here playing Call of Duty 6. Honest to God. Like, I've been on this stream now for 3 hours and 17 minutes. That's ridiculous. I fucking hope and pray to God that when I stop the stream, you know, I've seen 1,043 views. Okay, that's cool, but it's my whole fucking day, man. I'm sitting here, just finished off eating my dinner while I'm still doing the goddamn stream. I'm talking to PJ, you know, answering a couple questions for him online, trying to keep up with everyone, help out. So hit that like button, would be helpful. Donating a couple bucks to the stream, honestly, then I don't have to eat reheated goddamn chicken and rice. No, man. You know what? Don't send me money because you think you feel bad for me. Don't feel bad. I have a pretty good life. It's a simple life. I don't have a big house. I don't have a car. You know, I got no kids. I got no pets. It's just me, my girlfriend. You know, she got her own shit going on. We're all happy. We're all good. But I do definitely want to keep the stream going, being able to do this shit. And if I put 3 hours into the day, it would be nice to be able to look at some sort of payoff to be like, hey, honestly, after 3 hours of work doing this shit, I should at least be walking away with 60 bucks. I'm not like, 20 bucks an hour for my experience on this shit at my age and for the amount of money invested into everything here is not a big ask, especially when there's been 1,047 viewers. If half of you guys had to gave 50 cents, I would have been fucking laughing. I would have been laughing my ass off right now. That's all it would have taken. If literally 20 of you sent $3 each. So, yeah. Don't think you come into the channel and this is a free ride for everybody. It's not. I'm paying a lot. I'm paying a lot of money here that I'll never recoup in my life in order to make sure when you guys buy your AZ, hopefully there's a goddamn firmware out that addresses everything, or we can figure out that it was the shitty USB stick or something. You know what I mean? I'm not the guy on Instagram with 100,000 views that made nothing, by the way, on his 100,000 views. Just, running around. You're like, oh, it's fucking crashed. That's not helpful. And then you keep making videos talk about how many numbers you got and how you must have lit a fire under people's asses and shit. Like, dude, nice guy. I talked to him on the phone. I suggested maybe he take the video down because it's not real helpful for anyone. He's like, well, I'm thinking about it. You're not thinking about it. It's the biggest fucking video you've ever had in your life on your 865 subscriber Instagram. You're in Montreal. You're a DJ, okay, you're doing your shit. His 100,000 views didn't get him no new subscribers. No one's subscribing to his channel. No one's going to listen to his mix. No one cares about his DJ skills. And he might be good. I don't know. But when you make your claim to fame is to ride on the coattails of negativity and someone's shit crashing out and getting people upset. It's a fucking, I don't want to be stereotypical here in Canada. For some reason, people in Ontario have an issue with people in Quebec. I don't know. I don't. Like I said, guy was a nice guy. But, dude, don't tell me on the phone when I took my time to call you to be a helpful motherfucker, trying to help you figure out your issues as well, and got him in touch. He thinks, his big giant rant on Instagram got him new updates and help and shit. No, it was me contacting PJ and showing PJ that link that got him the help he was looking for and got him connected. But yeah, tell me you don't give a fuck and you're going to keep your shit up and call it a day. Don't lie to me and make it seem like you're going to, I think I'm going to do the right thing and I'm going to take the video down. No, you're not. Let's be realistic. Everyone out here is in it for the fucking views and you don't care how you get them. You don't care if your views come from being a DJ, from flashing your ass, from talking shit. Because seriously, I'm doing things for the views, but I'm also doing things to help. And at the same time, I'm trying to make money. If I had 100,000 views and it was monetized, seriously, and I'm making the money, I wouldn't give a fuck. Tough luck. Tough luck. Not my problem. I'm getting 100,000 views. I'm not making a single dime from it. Well, then it just makes no fucking sense to me. No fucking sense. And Drew's like, why would you take the video down if it's his most viral? Yeah, you're right. Like, why would he, right? But that's why I say, what a strange world we live in. Because if that viral video was growing his channel, giving his DJ name some exposure somehow, and he could show, and I was watching the views go up, and I was watching his subscribers go up as well too, I might fucking understand that. I might be like, you know, I fucking get it. But, you know, it's a funny thing, right? You're dealing with a big corporation that knows a lot of people. You're a DJ. It's kind of a small world. And see, the power that I would have used, like I told him, I said, you know what? If you know you're talking to the people Alpha Theta, they're never going to ask you to take it down. If you say to them, hey, listen, man, I could keep this up, but I am choosing to take it down. You know, I'll give you guys a week. I'll take that fucking thing down. I'll give you a week to sort it out. Or you know what? Hey, I'm going to take this thing down as a favor to the company. But you know what? Perhaps one day I might need that favor returned. You got my back? I would have blackmailed that shit a little bit. You know what I mean? You could have made that viral video work for you to say, you know what? I got something here and I'm going to do you a solid. Now you owe me a solid. And here's the worst case scenario. Maybe that favor never comes back to the guy. But what's he gaining by keeping it up too? So what if he gets 3 million views on that video? It doesn't fucking matter. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter that, you know, if 20 million people get to see my face and hear my name, and it's not going to make my life any better. If there's money attached to it, by all fucking means, I'm a nice guy, but I also like money too, right? So he just should have used the power of that viral video to at least squeeze something out of somebody somehow. And I don't think he managed to do anything. He did it just out of complete anger. He was pissed off, wanted to lash out, wanted to like, look at you, piece of shit. He didn't say that, but he might as well have said it. Because he didn't add any value or input into helping anybody correct the issue either. Not that he expects to. You know, you buy something expensive and it's fucked out of the box, you got a right to be, you know, I'm not going to tell you how to manage your emotions or what emotion you should pick. That's not my business. Look at that shit right there. See? There's some good friends right there. I don't know what your screen name was there, but someone just sent me well, it's always they're coming from the UK, and it turned out to be like 1719 1622 after the PayPal little bit of a fee. So fucking see, good guys like this, man. It's good guys that keep me doing this every day, you know, make me want to spend the money to, you know, I love gear, so I'm not a selfless guy buying gear just for you guys. I'm buying it for me too. But the plan was to buy this shit, show you some tips and tricks on it. And, you know, maybe the people out there that have CDJ 3000s with an A9, you know, convince you that, hey, why not sell that shit, buy this one here, and pocket some money for speakers, lights, fucking whatever, buy yourself a watch, get yourself a girlfriend, a nice purse, whatever the fuck you might want to do. And that's what really the goal here is to see, can I get the same experience and usability out of an all-in-one system as I can versus my CDJ 3000s and my mixer. My biggest thing that I hate, and it's all because of my glasses, progressive glasses with vertigo issues and arthritis in my neck and neck stiffness and shit, looking back and forth between two screens all the time, just kind of bothers me a little bit. I really, and looking at a computer screen, I don't really love. Looking down at a 10.1 is a good size because progressive glasses, looking at, say, a 14, 15, 16-inch computer screen, it's still at the distance I'm at, it's still not great for reading. Looking down at the screen with progressive glasses when you're an old man on one screen at that size is a real fucking sweet spot for me. That's not something you're going to hear anyone else really talk about. But truth is, anyone who can afford this shit is probably around my age, and half you fucks, your eyes are probably shot. If you're not wearing progressive glasses, you probably should be. And stop fucking taking your readers on and off. Not saying anything about Drew. We're not talking about Drew here. Just saying, Drew. Wearing glasses full time makes a motherfucker look smart. Girls like it. Do you need 1,000 followers to monetize on Instagram? Because, like, am I missing something here? Because, like, currently, I have 2,235 followers on my Instagram, and I wouldn't even know how to monetize fucking anything. Maybe I'm missing out on something. Oh, he's at 894, so he's gained a little bit of traction. Did I get anything? Do you get anything? So this guy's got an XZ 900 Nexus and 2 times the 1002. You know, the 1000 MK2s, let me tell you something. In all seriousness, if you have a 900 Nexus and you had the XDJ 1000 MK2s, you're going to DJ as good as anyone else. You're not going to fucking... Maybe if you were to replace the mixer with a 900 Nexus 2, it does sound better, but oh, Drew, I don't even know if my Instagram's monetized. I don't make I don't make any money on Instagram. I've never attempted to make money on Instagram either. Fuck, I didn't even know you could make money on Instagram here in Canada. So, I don't know. I guess I should look into that shit. By the way, everyone who did hit that like button, I appreciate it. 1,099 views, 66 likes. It's a little bit fucked up, honestly. There's a lot of people in here that rolled through, and it's not like this shit's being spread out through fucking the YouTube reels, you know what I mean? Or the shorts, I mean. This is like straight shit. So I would have expected a lot more people to send a buck or two. That would have been really fucking helpful to pay for the time and the money that I put into all this shit. And as I'm burning my whole day away, I'm sure I'm going to pay for it later with my neck issues and my eyes and shit. And I don't want to make it a whole fucking video begging for money. Fuck. Like, don't make me beg. It's kind of crazy. My moderators are not, you know, not Drew, because Drew's okay. Drew's helped the channel 1,000 times over. I don't need Drew to do fuck all on this channel. But the rest of you mods that are out there, you're not putting up my PayPal link. You're not encouraging anyone to do shit. That's kind of shitty buzz, man. The blue wrench is not there for decoration. I don't know what other moderators are like. Okay, Lonzo. You know, fuck, I like Lonzo, so I don't know. Ah, fuck me. And you're right. Standalone is more than enough. 10 grand on DJ equipment. I've done it. Drew's done it. Fuck, a few of us have done it. It's too much. Like, seriously, let me show you. Let me tell you a story. Fucking DJ Lonzo here, by the way, if he's still kicking around. This guy's on an XDJ-AZ. Are you on the XZ? With the fucking with the 1000 MK2s on that motherfucker? But the guy's got 4 decks going, and let me tell you, he'll give James Hype a run for his money any day of the week. Any fucking day. Just saying. And Lonzo was talking about getting 3000s with one of these units, and I just want to make sure everyone understands, if you hook up a CDJ 3000 with this, you can't get dual layer on this side, 1 layer, and then a CDJ as a third. No. You're going to get, you couldn't have 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to have just 1, 2, 3. Right? When you go into ProLink mode, 3 and 4 automatically are for CDJs only. There's no internal fucking control. And if you try to Ethernet in to it directly, you lose your Wi-Fi completely. There's no Wi-Fi. So if you want to do beat port streaming, you need Ethernet connection. Well, you can still Wi-Fi. Well, no, because you want to have it linked. So you still got to Ethernet from here over to your hub and your CDJ to your fucking hub modem, whatever. So you can ProLink and still access the internet. So keep that in mind. If you're ever at a club, some shit like that, you got to make sure they have internet. You have like a wireless fucking router or something like that. Tie that shit into their stuff. It's not a fuck, you know, ultimately it's a pain in the ass. You wouldn't want to do it like that. And I see absolutely no benefit to having the extra platters, because unless you're James Hype doing some really crazy shit, there's fucking no need. Dual layer is good enough. And the truth is, I personally think dual layer on this system, use your outside layers for samples, because you got your gated hot queue now, chopped up a cappella things, DJ drops, put some drums, some claps. Use it more like a sampler than thinking about, oh, I got 2 more decks. Or, you know, you could run some simple loops in the background to kind of tie your whole mix in and just have these background loops. So one side's got a bunch of, you know, different loops in there. And it'd be pretty easy in, you know, Ableton or some shit to put together a track that has a bunch of different loops. And then you have some saved loops. Can you do save loops? Ah, you know what you don't have? I don't think you have hot loops. You know what a hot loop is? On a dead-end player, you can create loops and have them set them different spots and like hot cue loops, right? Nah, maybe, let me try this. Maybe you can do this with a hot cue. I've never tried it. So I got a loop going. Okay, yeah, my bad. I'm stupid. You can do this. So you create a loop, right? And you have to exit the loop. You can't like engage it, disengage it from the same pad, right? I make another loop. And you know it's a loop because it's orange versus now you see how they're all green. You can go in the menu. and you go in the menu, you can turn off the hot cube color. So you can make the multicolor if that's easier for you, or you could make it, maybe you don't like this rainbow bright looking shit here, and you just want to have it green, hot cues, orange shows your loop cues to make life simpler. I gotta say, so far we're cooking with Crisco here, man. If you're old enough to know that term. SSD drive plugged into this, so far so good. Original firmware, power management turned off, screen saver turned off. So far so good. Keep your fucking fingers crossed. But yeah, all this hysteria about this thing not working might have been as simple as a shitty USB drive. But I do got to say, once again, Alpha Theta, if you're out there listening to me, I don't have a day job. This is it. I would be more than happy to get paid by your company and let me be able to, you know, it doesn't got to be a full-time job or something. You could just have me work a few hours a week on things and let me beta test some shit for you. Let me be behind the scenes just trying out old shitty drives. Did anyone think everyone's rocking, you know, these fucking expensive drives when, you know, there's a bunch of people out here rocking, you know, free drives they got at, like, you know, one of the shows, or they got off AliExpress that says Pioneer DJ on it because it looks cool. I got one of those too. And they're ripping shit off YouTube. So you need a guy like me to test out the bullshit drives and, you know, using shitty rips and the things that the average DJ really is doing. I've got the time. I just, unfortunately, time is money. You know what I mean? Like, in order for me to do something, I need to be compensated for my time. Just like the channel right here, guys. There's a like button. That's nice to see. I don't even know if it helps out the algorithm or not, to be honest. I don't know. But I can see a number that looks good. When I see this many views and I don't see a like, I don't see the, you know, I should be at 100 likes by now. 3 hours and 41 minutes. If you pop in for half a second, just you double tap your screen on a phone, on your computer, grab your mouse, click the goddamn like. It's not a big fucking deal. And of course, super chats are good. Becoming a member, you get benefits to being a member. You get a chance to have me on Facebook Messenger. So when you got a problem, you know, you can reach out to me. I can help you. And PayPal, you know, simple PayPal. $1, $2, $10, $20, $100. Shit, man. I know some of you guys out there are making big money, man. Sending me $100 is nothing. And to others, $2 is the world. And I appreciate the little, and I appreciate a lot. Holy shit, Lonzo, you sold your 3,000. You sold your 1,000s and you got the 3,000s. Well, you know, dude, before you buy one of these units, just remember, you do know someone here that very well might be selling their V10 and their CDJ 3000s. And quite likely, if I was to do all of that, I more than likely might even sell my RMX 1000 with that whole system. If you're going to go down that road, because, you know, Lonzo, the truth is, dude, DJ Lonzo is more than good enough. Is better than most of the DJs that are on the fucking festival stages right now. If anyone should have a V10 at home with 4 CDJs and an RMX 1000, it would be fucking Lonzo. Hands down, the guy's got the looks. He's at the right age. He's got the right music. He's got the right skills. He's doing some real shit that I don't see anyone else really doing. So yeah, dude. Just saying. Maybe skip the whole AZ thing and just go fucking full out and buy the shit you're going to use on stage and fucking master that and just call it a fucking day. And not fuck around with this shit. This shit's cool, but some people got real fucking talent. And like, you know, if you got that real fucking talent, go buy the fucking top shit and just be done. Because me, I don't need CDJ 3000 in the V10. I'm not that fucking good. You, on the other hand, you are that good. Anyone, you know, listen, anyone watching, seriously, Lonzo, you've got the goddamn blue wrench there. You could put a link to any one of your fucking things. Feel free to do so. And you guys can check out Lonzo and tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm fucking wrong about this guy, that he's not going to be some huge fucking DJ. All it's going to take is the right person to fucking see him. You know, self-promotion is very difficult. It's just going to take the right guy or girl to fucking see Lonzo spin to say, you know what? Fuck that dude. We're taking to Ibiza. Nothing I would love more, dude, than to fucking one day see some world famous fucking DJ that makes James Hype look like he's fucking standing still and know that he was a buddy of mine from my fucking YouTube channel. And I encourage the guy. Nothing would give me greater fucking pleasure. I'm not trying to be a superstar DJ. I just want to help out a motherfucker become a superstar DJ. I don't want to be Luke. I want to be Yoda. All right, guys. You can stick around if you guys want to talk amongst yourselves while we watch this thing go. So far, everything's still responding. Everything's good. And I gotta run down to my mom's place for a minute to help her with something, and I'll be back up in like probably 5, maybe 10 minutes. If you all disappear, well, you disappear, and we'll do this another day. Let's go on. Feel free to hit that like button. Don't forget the PayPal up there. I could use the money, help pay for some of this shit around here, pay for my time. And I'll see you in a couple minutes. All right, you maniacs, I'm back. So, here's where we're at here. I tell you, 4 hours, 1,243 views, 74 likes, and my request for anyone to help out, support things here, resulted in, on YouTube, $1.38, and then in total, we got 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22 to 3 to 4, 25, 26, 27, $28 total combined on PayPal. 16 and change from one guy, 247, 644, 258. I did some quick rounded math there. But for 4 hours, guys, honestly, if you really appreciate the shit I do here, 4 fucking hours, $5,000 Canadian for this unit that's been crashing, and I've been testing the whole fucking weekend. The whole weekend, talking to the guys at Alpha Theta, trying to figure shit out, rolling back firmwares, talking to the guy with his 100,000 views on his crashed fucking system on Instagram, talking to him, trying to help him, trying to help everybody. And this is the thanks I get. This is what it's worth to everybody. You're sitting here staring at a fucking controller, wondering when is it going to crash. Since I put the SSD drive in, things have been looking better, right? Turn off power management, roll back to firmware, everything's groovy. But seriously, I went down to go help my mom do something quickly, and I told her how much money I made. She's like, you would have been better off putting dirt on your face and standing at the corner with a fucking empty Tim Hortons cup. I would have made more money in the last 4 hours panhandling on the street, just begging for change, than sitting here trying to help out everyone who's thinking about buying this thing, or people who have bought it and are all fucking worried that shit's going to crash out on them because they saw my channel earlier do this and they watched this guy on Instagram fucking, crash his shit out too. And Alpha Theta, I love you guys. I'm a little frustrated with this shit. You've been good to me, but you know what? The time is coming. The time is coming that your company or someone there can put it forward to their bosses, whatever. You know what? You need to have a paid beta tester, someone to give some technical support. You've got one guy, you got Pulse here in Canada doing stuff. We're a big country, man. This is a big product. Apple, you know how many customer support agents Apple computers have? A lot. Worldwide, multiple call centers. So it sure wouldn't hurt you guys to pay me on a part-time basis to work from home, to do a little beta testing, maybe do a little email support, a little telephone support, something. I have all your products here. I have all of your products. And I paid for them. It sure wouldn't hurt to pay me some money to help your customers out. Because here in Canada, the support is kind of it's kind of not good. The guy in Montreal, he had to post a video to get 100,000 views in order to get someone to reach out to him. You shouldn't have to do that. There should be a goddamn 1-800 number that you call and someone answers, and you can, go through some troubleshooting steps. If I didn't have a couple of the people from the company on my Facebook that are my friends to reach out to, I would be fucked. I wouldn't have anything. I'd have a $5,000 unit that I would likely, if I was the average customer, I would have just went right back to the store and returned it and said the thing's fucked. And that would have been the end of the story. And I would have went and bought a Denon DJ Prime 4 Plus and called it a day. Is that the kind of company you want to run here? Is that the shit you want to do? Seriously. You can send review units to all the reviewers in the world to make commercials. Because that's what we'll call them. They are pretty much commercials. Every one of these guys goes over the exact same features, talks about the same thing, and they'll add a little bit of what they like, what they don't like, based on the way that they DJ and the kind of jobs they do and stuff. Okay, that's great and all, but it doesn't, when shit breaks, when shit's fucked up, where were they? You know what? Sadly, not a single YouTube reviewer had this fucking thing at their house. You know why? They were taken back to pass to the next guy, the next guy, the next guy, whatever. They weren't given anything to hold for any length of time. Nobody had one to really test out some shit, to even see things weren't working. Now, I got to say, just to be fair, there is that possibility. Maybe it was my shitty stick. Maybe it was a shitty USB stick. Maybe the guy in Montreal was using a shitty USB stick. I never thought to ask him, what stick you using, dude? I did watch it crash out without a stick in it. I watched it crash out just sitting there doing nothing. With no beat port, no stick. Just sitting overnight. Now, I did have a fucking towel on it. My place is literally, no joke, my place is air conditioned to like 19 degrees. So thin little cover shouldn't have fucking heated it up because it didn't feel hot. In fact, it's been on for how many hours now? And I could feel the bottom of this thing. And it barely has warmth to it. Another great mystery. My V10, after 4 hours, if I put my hand under it, I would make a grilled cheese sandwich. You know what I'm saying? So maybe someone can answer that one for me. But guys, seriously, someone's got to pay me. It's either going to be my subscribers of generosity that appreciate the shit I'm doing, and you see the link up there, you PayPal, you YouTube money, you become a member and shoot me a bit of money, something, you know what I mean? Or Alpha Theta, you guys got to start paying. I spent almost $5,000 to be your beta tester. You see what I mean? That wasn't the intention. The intention was I was paying, you know what I was doing? I was paying $5,000 to try to make a couple of dollars. I knew I'm never going to make back $5,000 on videos on this thing. I was spending my money to buy this, not to go DJ out the bars or in events or anything. It was to make tutorial videos, tips and trick videos for your company, to push your product. You know, and I'm going to compare it with, you know, I've been talking about the Denon DJ Prime 4 Plus and the things it can do. So this isn't a one-sided Alpha Theta sponsored commercial or something, you know? And hey, and it's, let me tell you, don't think Alpha Theta, it's just on them. The same goes for In Music as well, too. They send me stuff, you know, I got an NDA signed with them, and same thing, guys. Hey, why don't you have me be your tech support? Why can't I not be tech support paid by each company to support their products? Right? Why not? Both companies have more than enough money that, hey, Steve's over here struggling financially all the time, scraping things along, trying to buy up equipment for, what do we got? 30 people here right now? What? In 4 hours? 4.5 hours? 1,281 people out of the whole fucking planet? Come on. Now I'm getting a little bit sick. Now I'm getting a bit sick of shit. Now it's turning into the rant. And I don't want to get to this point, but fuck. It just blows my mind how the people will give money to the most ridiculous fucking things. You will walk by a fucking hobo who might have been a child molester for all you know, just got out of jail, and that's why nobody's helping him. And you'll shoot that guy some fucking money to make yourself feel good. You want to feel good? Help out an old man over here that's trying to help out everybody. How about that? Put your goddamn money where your mouth is, because I've done it. I put out $5,000. You can't put out like a buck, $2 to a guy who spent $5,000 trying to troubleshoot shit for everyone who's thinking about buying one of these things. For the one guy that will be the most honest fucking person you'll ever meet, they'll tell you, hey, if you have an XDJ-AZ, you don't need to buy this. If you're making money as a DJ, I said it. All you working DJs, you want to spend $3,000, $4,000? Go buy some lights. Go buy some fucking speakers. You know, spend some money on some Google ads for your business. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things you could do with your money. I'm the honest guy. I'm not trying to sell you shit. I don't get no commission on anything. I don't get paid fuck all. I'm just your honest friend creating a community of other like-minded DJs. And when people get stupid in here, I call them out and we get rid of that shit. We're all here for serious shit. Have a little bit of laughs once in a while. But right now, this is pretty serious. This is an expensive unit that did have crashes live on my channel on multiple occasions, including this one here at the beginning. It crashed out. Since we put the SSD drive in, and PJ suggested it, PJ was kind enough from, we all know PJ, right? PJ from Alpha Theta was kind enough. He suggested, hey, Paul says use this particular drive. It's fast. It's good. We have no problems with it. And then he was kind enough to even, when I said, shit, $65, PJ, I'm not rich here, PJ sent me the fucking money to pay for the drive. Because PJ and the crew over there at Alpha Theta, they appreciate the shit I'm doing, and that's cool, but I put a lot into this, man. I put a lot of money and time this weekend into this whole fucking thing, trying to figure it out. Maybe it was my shitty drive. I don't know. You know what I am going to do? I'm going to stop the music. We're going to take everything out of the loop, and we're going to test something out here. I'm going to put this shit into power management mode and the screensaver that's supposed to dim the screen and see if that shit works, because it hasn't worked one time for me yet. Hey, Google, set timer for 10 minutes.
Sure, 10 minutes. Starting now.
Apparently, after 10 minutes, this thing's supposed to dim the screen. Kind of like my CDJ-3000s do. We're going to see. And then I'm going to set the timer for another 10 minutes. And we're going to see if this thing goes into sleep mode. And if it wakes up. And I can almost bet money it won't. Shout out to Christopher. Chris sent $17.19 Canadian. You see, buddy, that's the fucking spirit. That's the shit right there. Like, you know, it's a shame that, you know, one guy has to send that much when it could have been a bunch of guys. You know, it could have been 10 guys sending $2. That's, you know, that's the spirit of this channel. That's what I'd like to see. I want to see the community. Not one person that has to spend out $20. You know what I mean? Like just a bunch of people spending $1. It's nothing. You know what I mean? If every one of you fucking guys, if everyone on my channel gave me $1 a day, literally $1 a day. If 100 people a day gave me $1 and I made $100 a day on this thing, guess what? I could take off the monetization shit. I would not give a fuck about playing music and demonstrating shit more, because $100 a day would be $3,000 a month for me in Canada, and I can live very fucking comfortably off that kind of money and still treat my girlfriend good, take her out on dates, buy gear. I got a pretty cheap apartment, man. I don't have no car. I don't pay gas. I don't pay for electricity. Not paying car insurance and all that shit. You know what I mean? So what the fuck would it take for everyone just to pitch in just a little bit every day to change a guy's life who's out there trying to help everybody out? I'm not doing it for the fame, the glory, to be a big DJ like James Hype or a fucking Layback Luke or any of these guys. I'm not trying to be like fucking Digital DJ Tips. I'm not trying to be anyone. I'm trying to just be just an average fucking idiot here that has a lot of DJ gear that likes to help people. When I was a little kid, you know what I wanted to do? When I went to school, they're like, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I said, I want to do computer technical support. The fucking schools were using typewriters, man. They looked at me like I had 12 heads. This little kid back in the fucking 80s saying he wanted to do computer tech support. And you know what? I did grow up and I did do computer tech support because I like technology and I liked helping people. And I left that job because you know what? It was chewing up my time. And then I loved DJing ever since I was a kid. I loved electronics and music and fucking around and making things do things they weren't supposed to. Cutting up tape reels, fucking with double cassette decks, recording, trying to make these radio mix things. I was always doing some shit, man. Cut speaker wire, make a little Morse code thing with the metal and try to fucking make the speaker turn on and off quickly to do like a fucking stutter. I was that fucking kid, just doing whatever I could to fuck with music and electronics and computers. So here we are today. I'm 50 years old, turned 51 in December. Birthday's coming. 13 years I put into this shit. 13 years into this YouTube channel. It started off, you know what it started off as? Just making some videos for my friends because it was easier to make a video to help them out than it was to talk over the phone about it. That's all. I didn't start it for money. I didn't start it to be a famous guy. Nothing. 13 years. Wasn't until perhaps, say, 5 years ago that, you know, I saw shit, man. There was times I didn't make videos for fucking like 6 months. You know, I wasn't doing anything with it. And then one day I was like, you know what? Let's kick this thing into gear. Let's try and get it going. ADHD, health problems, fucking depression. I got it all, man. I'm your regular average fucking guy. And I put myself out here to make this damn channel. Because, you know what? I believe in the power of positive energy into the universe. I'm out there helping people. I love it. Every fucking day I wake up and there's emails and comments and shit from people saying how I helped them. You know, they had a problem. My video helped them fix it. I love that shit. I love that shit. I wish I could take all those comments and trade them for money so I can pay my rent and my food. But I can't. That's why if the channel's been helpful, you've never donated before, it's a good time to do so. This is not the Jerry Lewis fucking marathon. You know what I mean? It's not what it's meant to be. I want to be talking about DJ gear. I want people asking me questions. I want to answer things. I want to engage with you guys. I don't want to sit there and beg for money. Shouldn't have to. This should be a fucking given. You hit the like. You send a couple of bucks. It's not hard. And if you think I'm a bit of an asshole, you know what? It's because I'm very frustrated about shit. I'm putting my fucking heart and soul, my time, making myself ill at times. You know what? Me sitting here in front of a screen for 4 hours like this, you know what? Tonight, I'll probably have a fucking vertigo attack because it's straight in my eyes. And me talking so much fucks my jaw muscles, and I have a bit of TMJ, which also has an effect perhaps on my vertigo issues, along with my neck arthritis. I don't want to sit there and whine like I'm a half-broken person, but see? How easy, man. There's another guy, man, $2. If everyone just did that. If half of you guys did that. Doesn't take much on this channel to fucking make me happy. For someone, so our friend there with the $2. Starlight says they're gonna send some money. Fucking appreciate that. So far, you know, so right now I'm not touching anything. I'm looking to see. We're not frozen. I'm looking to see. Everything was running smooth with the SSD drive in it. I turned on power management. This is firmware, the original firmware 1.00 fucking something. And I want to see, will this thing go into power management mode or will the screen dim after 10 minutes? I set the Google timer for 10 minutes. So we're going to find out. So XDJ-RR or XDJ-RX3 for someone who's starting out. I've never used either one, to be honest. But I would, from what people tell me, and anyone else, if you want to chime in, you can, if you've used one. I think probably the XDJ-RX3 might be the better one because it has a bigger screen. And I think it's a little bit more like a CDJ-3000 system. I think the RR is a bit more like CDJ-2000 Nexus. So like I said, anyone who's watching right now, if you're popping in here, please hit the like button. Feel free to drop a couple bucks into the PayPal or a super chat. Memberships are good too. You know, I give little perks to memberships. And exciting news for everybody that's kicking around here. I have a lot of electronics. I have a lot of shit here. There's things that are kind of cool that I have that I need to get rid of. So I am considering doing like, you know, some little giveaways of some of the cool tech I have. Maybe set up little raffle things where, you know, the people who send me money, like have everyone send like a buck or two in. And, okay. So there we go. The 10 minutes just went by. Did anybody notice that screen dim? Hey, Google. Hey, Google. Hey, set timer for 10 minutes.
Got it. 10 minutes. And that's starting now.
So I don't know about you guys, but I don't think the screen dimmed. I just said Google for another 10 minutes because at the 20-minute mark, this thing should go into sleep mode. Right? Is what I'm told. I guess we're going to find out. So according to, let me pull this up here because someone did mention this to me before. We'll look at the manual for this thing. And when we go in here, the manual, download it, and table of contents. And I was told on page 140, I'll read it right off to you here, what it says. Page 140, power management. When power management is set to 20 minutes, the unit automatically enters off mode after 20 minutes without being used in the following ways. No audio signal is input to the unit. The unit isn't connected in the Pro DJ Link network. No storage device is connected to the unit. Ah. No PC Mac is connected to the unit via USB port on the rear. Well, shit. I didn't read that. So. Huh. So, no USB hooked up. And let me tell you something. I did do this. You know, it was set up like that with nothing plugged in. And when it went into sleep mode before, it didn't wake up. But I didn't realize that you in order for sleep mode to even work, you got to have everything unplugged. Everything. Interesting shit right there. You know, it's funny that PJ never brought that up to me. He never asked about that. So what about the screensaver? Screensaver. Screensaver. When it's on, the screensaver starts if you don't use the unit for more than 5 minutes when a track isn't loaded. Right now we got 2 tracks loaded. You don't use the unit for more than 100 minutes during pause, during queue standby, or after playback reaches the end of track. So that's like, you're talking an hour and a half. So no wonder we haven't seen the screensaver work, and no wonder we haven't seen the power management settings work properly. Ah, here we go. Look what just happened. So we're not even at the 20-minute mark. And this is interesting to note. The SSD is plugged in. We're plugged into the computer by USB. There were 2 tracks loaded. They weren't doing anything. And we went into sleep mode. Technically, from what everything states in the book, this thing should not have gone into sleep mode at all. Right? Friends, this is the pivotal moment. Hit that like button because you were here and to let me know that you were here and you saw it. Comment crash, the word crash. Sorry, friends. Yeah. So yeah. If you're seeing the crash, you're in the middle of the crash right now. Comment the word crash. Just type crash. If you're too lazy to type that all out, press the number 1. How about that? Just comment so we have a history here of who was here while this happened. And I can tell you, I don't know how long you guys were here for. We were running a long time with the SSD drive. Right? It's going, Drew. So you saw, we're running a long time with the SSD drive. It's fucking soon as I went in and did that whole power management screensaver thing, this is when the problem occurred. Once again, I think this is the problem. And as you see, power management is designed when there's no drive connected, when there's no computer connected. We weren't even at the 20-minute mark. So it's not like 20 minutes hit because the timer, we're still on the timer for Google, right? The 20-minute thing hasn't hit yet. And shortly, we were like, what, maybe 15 minutes in from when I turned that shit on, and we had this problem. So I'm going to press and hold that wake up button. Nothing. So this is a whole different thing, right? At this point, it's went to sleep and it's fucking out. It's out for the count. It's dead asleep. Passed out like a drunken whore. Sorry, Alpha Theta. You know, I get a little vulgar sometimes. It's my channel. Don't worry. The moment Alpha Theta starts paying me to do the beta testing and some videos, I'll clean my dirty mouth up. Right? When I start getting paid, I'll make this shit a little bit more PG for you guys. Okay, there's that timer. The company should only be so lucky I'm this calm about this whole scenario anyways. I'm being very fucking patient. Very. When you're 50 years old with health issues and you burn fucking this many hours on YouTube for a handful of people donating a couple of bucks here and there, I mean, it's fucking kind of crazy. Oh, by the way, guess what? The USB-C was not connected on the back of the unit to the computer. So here's what we're going to do right now. Now we're going to try something entirely different here. I have no USB device plugged in, right? Power management is on. We are on the original version of the firmware because the update they originally did, they took down, I guess because they're thinking it's a fuck piece of firmware too. So original firmware sitting here. I got power management turned on, screensaver turned on. Hey, Google, set timer for 5 minutes.
Starting now.
That way, all you people at home that have a Google Home, you'll know when 5 minutes expires as well. And they say in the book that with nothing plugged in, nothing going on, after 5 minutes, this screen will dim. We're going to see if it does. And then I will wait it out maybe for the 20-minute mark to see if this damn thing goes asleep like it's supposed to as well. I'm doing the heavy lifting here. I'm doing the hard work that no one else is willing to do. And all that's required from you guys is to watch, hit the like button, send a couple of bucks my way to support things, keep the conversation going. Did I see somebody? DJ Ferns, I'm pretty fucking beat. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not fucking loving sitting here doing this. But, you know, I'm trying to make a couple of bucks. That's the obvious, that's, you know, something I'm trying to do because fuck, I need to make some money. You know, I'm trying to get a grasp to see how much support my viewers really want to give to me, because, you know, it's a bit of a test too. If ultimately, you know, this is $5,000 here. If ultimately, you know, oh, where we get there? I always forget. This is a familiar name. I don't want to dox anyone, but like someone just, one of you guys just sent me, what was it, like $10? I appreciate that shit, you see? And, but yeah, like if I get some kind of support behind all this shit, I will keep the unit. I will see it through that it gets fixed. I will make videos. I will do tips and tricks, and, you know, we'll focus on, the channel will focus on the XDJ-AZ and the Prime 4 Plus, because they're the two ones that I think are like the main ones out there most people will probably want to get their hands on. We'll still do some videos on some other things. I'm probably going to focus a little bit. I'm going to do some videos on some more, I don't want to say cheaper, but on some of the more inexpensive controllers on the market too, because quite frankly, not everybody's got $5,000 to blow. And I also want to show people that you don't need to spend $5,000 to make a decent DJ set. You can literally spend a few $100 and if you got the skill, you probably do a better mix than I could do. Let's be real, right? So right now, the 5 minutes, we're going to see if this screen dims. I want to know if the power management system and the screen dimmer on this thing, screensaver, is actually working. Because I think the crash has something to do with this whole power management thing, and perhaps having a hard drive plugged in at the same time, because too many times on different firmwares, I've had the same issue because of that stupid power management that clearly I didn't read the book. That power management's only supposed to work in certain scenarios. It shouldn't have worked like this. Who we got here talking? Who do we got here? Oh, look at our friend here. Your fault for an early adopter. This always happens with all new tech like controls, PC, console, etc. Are you out of your fucking mind? My fault. Dude, I bought this motherfucker. Oh, here we go. There's the damn timer. Let me get back to you for a second. How about you quietly escort yourself off the page? Because I bought this thing. If you've ever been on my channel before, do you think I bought it and I'm here whining and complaining, dude? I bought the motherfucker to see to help you guys. I bought the fucking thing to help that if there was an issue that I could help the company. See, we went into the dim mode. That I could help the goddamn company troubleshoot things and give advice to my YouTube subscribers, to the community. What the fuck, man? My fault. I should quit YouTube because it's bad for my health. No, it's assholes like you that come on here and say stupid shit that's bad for my health. You're not contributing fuck all to anything. My fault. Hey, Lyncho. True. Anybody want to do the honors of fucking hitting the old hide button on this guy? I don't really want to hear his shit. Seriously. Fuck. I've been sitting here for fucking almost 5 hours on this fucking stream, and some character rolls in the door and says, it's your fault for being an early adopter. This is bad for your health. Thanks, Dr. Cocksucker. Seriously. You fucking wild, man. You know what? Sorry, I shouldn't even call you Dr. Cocksucker. That's a fucking mean thing to say to all the cocksuckers in the world. Because there's nothing wrong with a good old cocksucker, right? And when I talk about cocks and sucking, I mean like chickens, you know what I mean? You're sucking it off the skewer for you YouTube censor people that think I'm talking dirty. Fuck this, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Oh, shit. One of you bastards beat me to it. Okay. Okay. Exactly, dude. If people don't like my channel, fuck off. Yeah, if you don't like it, there's a million other assholes to listen to about this shit. So the screen went dim. So that part works. You know what I mean? Now that we know the conditions of what the player has to be in, no loaded tracks, blah, 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 5 minutes and screen went dim. Okay, first time I've seen that since I've owned it. So that's the good news. The question is, do we wait it out to see if this thing goes into power saving mode and comes out of it? That's what I'm very curious to know. So far, it's behaving the way it's supposed to. You know, sometimes you gotta love when a hater comes flying through the channel. It keeps it interesting, you know what I mean? Yeah, they're waking up in Japan, gonna have a field day. Sam just came back. It did crash again, yes. And the circumstances were the SSD drive was plugged in, power saving was on, screensaver was on, and yeah, it did crash. It crashed about 15 minutes after I turned all that shit on. I would assume, Drew, that, yeah, they got people on both sides of the planet working on this shit. But exactly, what are they doing? You know, like, how are they testing this shit? Beyond watching my video. Like 5 hours in, man, I fucking wish Alpha Theta was paying me like $50 an hour to be sitting here staring at this goddamn thing. Yeah, man, we know. You can tell my videos are not ChatGPT driven. ChatGPT would not allow this kind of talk. No, I'm frustrated, you know? I'm frustrated because shit. Sitting here as an ADHD person in front of a motherfucker, looking at a screen, staring at the low likes, 1,381 views in 5 hours with 82 likes, when there's some asshole out there doing some stupid shit on YouTube that has fucking 1,000 people watching them with fucking 1,000 likes, making money. And I'm sitting here. I made enough money today to basically buy myself 2 rounds of McDonald's in 5 fucking hours. You know what I mean? That's let's be serious. And I dropped $5,000 into my line of credit that I have no way of paying off because I have no other source of income. And I'm going to be paying interest on this goddamn thing, and then have some clowns roll in the door and try to tell me that this is what you get for being an early adopter. Well, look at that. What happened there? I didn't touch nothing. I reached underneath. Maybe it was bad timing. I literally reached under the unit to pick up this USB stick here. And I don't know if we're at the 20-minute mark or what. But all of a sudden, for no good reason, this thing just lit up again. I didn't touch a single button. I don't know if, like, I barely touched the goddamn body of it. There's no way anything could be that sensitive to wake it up from the fucking dark screen. So now I'm kind of concerned. We'll see. Just go to sleep and wake up already, you bastard. Okay, I'm missing something. So, the guy who was like, you know, tell me to quit and told me, fucking, like, the fucking idiot for buying this shit, comes back in here and says, love you, bro. Well, if you, I don't know how the fuck you came back into the realm. I don't know how you got back in the door to speak. Because maybe they didn't hide you. Maybe they just delete your messages. But you rolled back in here. Love you, bro. If you love me, guess what? You fucking stop talking stupid shit. That would be a good start. And, oh, look, we deleted him again. Oh, Drew. Fucking Drew put the axe to you quick. See how I got real friends out here? Because you know what? If you're like, love you, bro. Love me, bro? Tell you what. Send a PayPal my way. Show some real fucking love. And all will be forgiven. You can buy my affection. I am a whore like that. You can totally pay for my love, and I will gladly unhide you from the channel, and you can participate in this friendly conversation that we're having here as we wait for this goddamn thing to go to sleep. I didn't even set the timer, so I don't know what's going on with it. Does that say you timed him out for 86,000 seconds? What does that even mean? And guess what, dude? You can't kick people out. You can't even kick a person out of YouTube. It's fucking kind of crazy. It's probably one of the stupidest things that YouTube has ever done. It should be very simple. Everyone on YouTube, to watch YouTube, you should have to log into an account to watch YouTube. Because if I'm an advertiser, right, I want to know that the people watching my ads are real people. They're not bots and shit. And I want to be able to keep track of that. So that would make more sense to me. Everyone, like, you can't look at Twitter or Instagram without being logged into your shit. You see what I mean? YouTube is the only fucking platform that you can browse freely without being logged in. You can make multiple accounts without verifying shit. You know, I believe in there should be a verification system on YouTube. And here's the other one I feel like. So make it phone number verified. Text, you get a text message, they know who's who. And so therefore, if someone comes in and they're harassing someone, like let's say some woman wants to make a YouTube channel and her ex is like a stalker and he's always in there harassing her. She's got no control over that shit, right? If everybody was phone verified, you could have it so I could set my channel that only phone verified people could view my channel and my content. And if you chose to have a channel open that anybody can watch, you can have that too. So you know what? Not everybody would need to be phone verified, but I could at least make my channel where you have to be a verified person in order to even get in the door. Make sense? YouTube, feel free. The PayPal link is right there. Send me the check. Send me the cash for another one of Steve Stone's most brilliant fucking ideas on the internet. It's a shame your own goddamn people couldn't think about this. It took some old idiot here in Canada to come up with the solution to all of your problems. Okay, screen dimmed again. Ari wants to know, not sure if it was asked already, but has anyone heard anything about crashing XDJ-AZ units? Dude, why do you think we're all here? It comes onto the channel and wants to know. I know, okay, you just showed up. But yeah, dude, it's a real thing. The question is, why is it crashing? Is it shitty USB sticks? Is it the fucking firmware? Is it the power management system? Nobody really knows at this point. And this is why 5 hours later, this stupid guy's sitting here rambling away on YouTube, just waiting for shit to happen. Okay, yeah, good question, right? Tap the unit to see. Guess what? You're right. Literally just tapping that thing was enough to wake it up. Huh. Well, you've seen it here first. It's another first here on the channel, on the XDJ-AZ. If you want to wake it up, just give it a smack. Smack that fucking thing, and it'll wake up. Nah, I'm kidding. You don't need to smack it literally. But literally, I gave it like just a knock on the front. Knock on the door, and it opened up. Son of a bitch. And I wonder if that prevents it from turning off. Oh no, it was working. I was just waiting for it to go into sleep mode. So here's what I do know. I get the same knowledge as the rest of you. I am in direct communication with someone at Alpha Theta. And I do know that lots of people, engineers and product development team are working on this around the clock. Kind of like me sitting here for 5 hours working on it too, not getting paid except for a few dollars of the generosity of a few of the members. But honestly, it's not enough. And unfortunately, I can already feel my dizziness kind of kicking in. Like if I sit here too long and I do this shit, my vestibular issues and vertigo situations kick in. And I'm going to have to cut this thing short. Well, cut it short. It's my longest fucking stream in the history of doing this channel. And I expected way more views, to be honest. Like, fuck me. The other guy on Instagram, 840, 50 fucking people. And all of a sudden, he has one crash, has nothing, no comment, nothing to say except to say, don't buy it. And he gets 100,000 views. I'm sitting here for 5 hours. I get 1,423 views with 86 likes and fuck all money. That's ridiculous, right? That's just a fucking shame. And when one day the channel shuts down and you guys don't have an honest guy to go to get the real scoop on shit, you'll fucking know why. Because I can't waste the rest of my life doing this shit without making the money. I should sell all of this shit and go live in a cardboard box and panhandle, and I'd probably do a better job of making money than I do on YouTube. So, with that being said, do you feel like you shouldn't buy it? I'm not, you know what? Here's what I will say about buying one of these things. And I keep saying this about DJ equipment. When something comes out, if you rush out and you're the first guy to buy it, or the first girl, or the first them, and you buy your shit, if it's a little bit buggy in the beginning, that's kind of, you know, it shouldn't be the way. The shit should come out and be fucking perfect. Welcome to 2024. That's not the way things are. TVs, fucking phones, fucking cars. There's always going to be a handful that are fucked or a software thing that's fucked. There's always going to be something fucked. Just the reality of the situation. So, if you got existing DJ equipment, you're making money, you're doing your shit, maybe you don't need to upgrade anything. But if you want to upgrade, buy the fucking thing. Just don't sell your old thing to buy the new one. Buy the new one first. Use your old shit to work. You know, test. Make sure everything's cool for a week or two. And if everything's running smooth at home and you've run all your tests, then you know what? You feel confident you can go out and fucking play. Right? So I think it's a great unit. If you're the club type DJ, you want to use CDJ type 3000 things with an A9 mixer situation, it's not the same. Let's not kid ourselves. You got one chip running everything. CDJ's got a chip in each of them. The mixer's got its own chip. You see? See the difference? There's a reason why there's a huge price difference between an A9 and two CDJ 3000s. Big fucking price difference. More than double, right? So don't be fooled, but you will get very much the same mixing experience. You'll get the same muscle memory, more or less, except for the pads. And If you're into that realm of things, great. If you're into the realm of being an event DJ, weddings, you're doing that kind of shit, I still feel the Prime 4 Plus has an edge, way more streaming options available. You can put a built-in hard drive into the thing, so you don't got to screw around with USB sticks and stuff. You got SD cards, USB. If someone brings something along, you can just jam something in. You got Bluetooth in, you got Bluetooth out. See? Bluetooth out on a Prime 4 if you want to go wireless to a Bluetooth speaker. And there's lag, a little bit of latency, but if you mix in your headphones, it doesn't really matter. You got DMX controls. You got a lot of shit. You don't got you got lots of effects, but they're not necessarily the best effects. The workflow is not what I prefer. I'm used to the Pioneer DJ Alpha Theta now layout of the mixer and the effects. So I'm not one-sided here. I have a Prime 4 Plus here, and I really enjoy playing on it. And I think both these systems, I wouldn't call them competitors at all. I would say each one is built for a different task. If this one here was to get Beat Source, Tidal, and the rest of the streaming options, SoundCloud and such on it, all of a sudden, this might be a little bit more closer to the kind of unit that you would use for events and weddings. All of a sudden, it would be a little bit more competitive in that market. And likely, all that will come. It's just going to be a matter of when. Opus Quad users, you poor bastards, you bought your unit. You want to be first on the block to have the new cool shit. And to this day, you still don't have Beatport streaming. I have no words for this. There's no explanation. I don't know why, guys. If I personally was an Opus Quad user, I'd be losing my fucking mind. For the money that you spent, I would be losing my mind. Same with the Omnis Duo, guys. Same thing. A year went by. You have no streaming services on your units. And it was marketed that you would. So, sorry to my friends at Alpha Theta once again. I don't say this shit to put your company down. I say it because it's just the real fucking thoughts of your consumers. You know, customers want to love your product. A lot of us do. And then we run into these kind of situations where we get some weird crashes that I know you're working on. It's only been, you know, this thing's only been out for a little bit. So this is forgivable. This is what I expect. Having products on the market for a year that are missing features that everybody else has, that Dead and DJ had years ago, and you are not transparent enough to at least put out a public statement to explain and just fill us in. I don't even care if you put out a statement saying, we would love to tell you why this isn't working, but for legal reasons, we can't right now. Something. Just make up some bullshit even. Make the bullshit up. Because I feel like a lot of companies do make up a little bit of bullshit that cover things up sometimes. Not saying Alpha Theta does or anyone else. I'm just saying in general, there are departments in a lot of companies that, you know, the PR departments that are literally the bullshit department. Make up some shit to save face, right? You know, there's things I wonder about. I wonder why things nowadays don't seem the same. I've bought 2 pairs of CDJ-3000s, and both times one of the players had issues with the platter. Did you know that? From different years. From different years even. What are the odds of that? If I don't have those odds played in the lotto, but for some reason when I buy DJ equipment, I'm the fucking guy that will buy the lemon almost every time. Euphonia was fine. V10 was fine, thank God. You know, all my controllers, DDJ-1000, SX2, XX1, they were all good. You know, I mean, the old stuff, I never had issues. It's just some of the more recent shit seems like, you know, what the hell's going on over there? Is it because they're making more? Because if you make more of something, you're going to have more problems. I've had Apple products brand new on the box fucked up because there was a time they were small and they had a handle on shit. And as they expanded, all of a sudden, the percentage of things that were fucked out of the factory goes up. It's just the way manufacturing is, unfortunately. Shout out there, Ari, for the $5. I appreciate it, dude. So Ari, you got you had an FLX4 and you got the AZ as a gift. Nice fucking gift, dude. That's a nice person to send you that as a gift. And of course, it will be fixed. It's new gear. It happens, unfortunately. And you know what? I'm not pissed. Let's just put it this way. You know, and I think this is an important reminder to people because this isn't talked about amongst adults. Is emotions. Can I talk about emotions for half a second? This is going to be some good advice for you guys. As children, we did not learn enough about emotions. If I was to ask you right now to name 20 different emotions, I fucking highly doubt the majority of you would be able to even get to 10. Especially men. We know happy, mad, sad. You know, happy, mad, sad. I feel good. Good is not an emotion, by the way. I feel fine. Fine is not an emotion either. And someone's like, how are you? So me, my emotion towards this is I'm not angry. I'm not mad. I'm not pissed. I'm frustrated. I'm disappointed. I'm even a little tired. Tired's even kind of an emotion. I'm a little bit sad. But mostly it's just disappointment, frustration. But I have enough empathy to understand, hey, this kind of shit happens. I do expect from the market leaders to not have this. You know, I do feel like the company, they portray themselves as being the better product sometimes. So they're kind of the last guys I expect at this price point. When I got the FLX4 and it was a lemon out of the box, I had an issue with the knob. It's inexpensive. It didn't surprise me. You know what I mean? Like I kind of somehow I expect that. But on something of this price point, we won't even talk about the fact. You know, here's another thing I'm going to point out. I haven't even talked to PJ about this because you can't see it on camera. But on my, I don't have long nails. I don't wear rings or anything. So, and it wasn't me because I don't hammer nothing. I'm the only one that touched this thing. On the play buttons, when the light hits it, I can see what looks like little scratch marks. Right? The other thing, that play button, here's another thing where they cheaped out. That play and pause and the cue is all silk screened on there. Over beside me here, I have the DJS-1000. That was literally cut out and the light would shine through the play and the thing. There was nothing on this other system to wear off. That is silk screened on. And on my used CDJ-3000s, it was the same thing. And you know what? That silk screen was worn off on my CDJ-3000s. Luckily, 12-inch skins hooked me up and I put a sticker on it and everything was fine. But I'm just saying, for the kind of money, I've had enough products in my life to see exactly where they've cut corners, where they've shaved off, you know, a couple of bucks, a penny or two. I've watched it. I've seen it with cars. So this isn't just Alpha Theta. I've seen it with cars. We've seen it with phones. We've seen it with TVs. How minimalize. We don't need this. We don't need that. It'd be fine. They assume before this ever wears off, we're just going to buy another one, right? And chances are we might. But they take a little bit. They give you 2 things, take away 3. CDJ-3000 slip reverse is a fucking lever, and it was a fun lever. Let me tell you, that was a fun lever. This here, it's not fun. It doesn't have the same satisfaction of hitting a rup, rup, rup. It's not the same. And this is why I loved my 3000s, and my SC6000 just had a button. Same thing, but it was bigger, but it was the same thing and did not have the same feel to me. So, once again, save a couple of bucks. How much? I'd love to know. I'm going to have to ask someone there, like, I'd like to know, cost-wise, how much money was saved by removing that lever? I would have paid an extra 50 bucks to have those levers and have it the same as a CDJ-3000. I would have spent the money. Did you think I didn't have it? Did you think your users are poor? Who made a decision to knock certain things off? If it costs more to do it, just make the goddamn thing more money. When you're already at this price point, what's the difference, man? An extra $1,000 would have made a difference. You could have put 2 chips in it. You could have put a tilt screen on it. You could have made it 120 hertz refresh rate, at least 60, not 30. There's things that, you know, would have cost more to do. And someone in the company, through market research, I don't know what, because I've never got any market research to ask me how much would I pay for a controller or an all-in-one system. You say you're not competing with the Prime 4 at this price point. Obviously, you're not trying to compete with the Prime 4 Plus because it's almost double the goddamn price. So what difference would it have made if it had been 3 times the price? It still would have been cheaper than an A9 with CDJ-3000s, right? And Ari, kind of like I explained to everyone, you know, we're like 5 hours and 21 minutes into things. I'm tired like a motherfucker. I'm probably going to like be fucking off soon. So Ari did 666, the devil money right there, and 533. Yeah, buddy. Thanks. I appreciate, you know, you sent a few bucks, but in order for me to have turned on the music and did music, I'm trying to make money off the stream as well. You know what I mean? Some YouTube monetization. I can't play music. And I've said it before. If someone wants me to play music on this thing, you better be prepared to shoot $100 into the PayPal account. And then I don't give a fuck about the monetization on the channel. So, and I don't expect anyone's going to shoot me $100 to play music because I'm not that good of a DJ. So yeah, Derek, same thing goes for you, buddy. As much as I'd love to, can't. So yeah, like you said, no crashes with the SSD plugged in, except when power management was turned on. When that was turned on, we had an issue with the SSD as well too. So just like I've been suspecting all along, I still believe the power management, screensavers, something about those two things is not jiving well with this whole system. And I still believe the shitty USB stick didn't help either. So, guys, 5 hours, 22 minutes. I got to get the fuck out of here. I don't feel great. I seriously feel a bit sick. So I'm going to go lay down, chill out. Thanks for sticking around, everyone who is around. If you've been around this far, fucking, I don't think anyone sat here for 5 hours with me. There's no chance of that. No one else has that kind of time to waste. Thanks to everyone who did shoot me a few bucks. Not too late at the end of the stream to hit that like button, send $1 or $2 my way. And, you know, we're going to keep testing this shit until fucking the motherfucker works. And I'm giving it a week. You know what? If we don't have a new firmware update within a week, not within, but by the week, by next week this time, then we're going to have a whole different video. All of a sudden, I might not be as empathetic about the situation. I think that's pretty fair. I think there's enough people working on it. There's some really smart fucking people over there at Alpha Theta that are like literal, not even, when I say the word geniuses, I'm not exaggerating. They are literal geniuses working in that company. I have total faith that within a week's span, all these super brains working on this situation, they're going to figure it out. They'll figure it out. And then you got the dedication of Steve Stone here at the YouTube, the TheDjLab channel, working on things on my end. The solution will come. I'm not quitting on this. I'll catch you guys later, man.